Mic check. Checking levels for the stream. Checking levels for the room. Check, check.
Good evening. I'd like to call our Tuesday, February the 7th, 2023 regular school board meeting to order. It's on. Our land acknowledgement is the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we're residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so that all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Colonel Alvarado.
Here.
Colonel Suri is expected. Ms. Smith.
Here.
Mrs. Burnett.
Here.
Mrs. Matheson.
Here.
Mrs. Smith.
Here.
Miss Marati.
Here.
Mrs. Hardy.
Here.
Mr. Dorn.
Here.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Here.
Thank you. The board has a quorum.
Thank you. The West Valley High School Choir is going to perform for us. And our core values is high expectation, maintaining high expectations, educational opportunities to inspire high school achievement. Members of the West Valley High School Choir will perform for the board under the guidance of Gwendolyn Brazier, Choir Director. And could I have Ms. Barnett lead us in the pledge before they come? If you'll stand and join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. Members of the West Valley Concert Choir are here presenting to you. Feel free to take a seat, sorry. Our next song and our final song for you is a song called Stand Up, which was written by Cynthia Erivo, who starred in and wrote the song for the movie Tubman, and it seems, or Harriet, and it seems appropriate that in February that we'd be sharing this song with you. The students learned the song actually last semester, and they were very excited to be able to bring this to our school board and to the folks present and the folks on the radio as well. This is a very moving song. When she wrote the song, it was about what she was doing at the time she was making the film, Harriet, and about all the struggles that were going on at the time of the Underground Railroad. And so we hope that you appreciate this song as much as we did learning it.
Way-o, 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 way-o.
been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulder, I'm bullet in my gun. I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. Do what I can when I can, but I can't for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Keep on keeping on, I can feel it in my bones. Way-oh, 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 way-oh. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to rise, we're gonna start moving towards the separating line. I'm wading through muddy waters. You know I gotta make up mine. And I don't want to lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Freedom calling me to answer. Keep on keeping on, I can feel it in my bones. And I know what's around the bend might be hard to face, 'cause I'm alone. And I just might fail, but Lord knows I try. Sure as stars fill up the sky. Stand low, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Keep on keeping on. Stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Keep on keeping on, I can feel it in my bones. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you. I go to prepare a place for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to have the students introduce themselves now.
My name is Lacey Damaris. I'm a freshman, and that's it.
Hello, my name is Carly Thrun. I'm a sophomore, and my pronouns are she, her.
Hi, my name's Zoe Foshi. I'm a senior, and my pronouns are she, they.
Hi, my name is Cedar O'Donnell. I'm a senior, and my pronouns are she, her.
Hi, my name is Elise Jensen. I'm a junior, and my pronouns are she, her.
Hi, my name's Sierra Baranowski. I'm a freshman, and my pronouns are she, her.
Hello, my name is Christiana Hunt. I'm a freshman, and my pronouns are she, her.
Hello, my name is Kyle Sharpton, and my pronouns are they, them.
Thank you again for the opportunity to perform for you tonight.
Ms. Blazer, we would, on behalf of the school board, I'm really moved. It's so much power that they gave us tonight in that song, and knowing the history of the woman that they sang about tonight. I am very humbled and I'm very honored that they chose that number to come before us tonight, and we appreciate all that you do. We thank you from the bottom of our heart. Thank you so much. Next on the agenda, we have the 2022 ASAA First National Bank Alaska Wrestling Team Champions. Several district wrestlers include the Lathrop Girls Wrestling Team, captured state championship titles in the 2022 ASAA First National Bank Alaska Wrestling State Championships held in December. Lathrop's assistant coach, Lathrop's head coach, Wes Beckett, and North Pole's assistant coach, Shane O'Connor, will make the presentations, and I'll meet you at the podium. Thank you so much.
I can get louder, but yeah. Here you go, kiddo. Shay Brown, she's not here. Amaya Kuhn. Amaya is also a state champion this year. Bianca Hart. Mackenzie Hayes. Jaden Lowry. Talia Martinez. Heaven Matheny. Keilana Nations. Melanie Taylor. Megan Spencer, our other state champ. Megan is also a two-time state champ coming back next year. Alyssa Stegall. Kyan Williams. All right. So, Megan, this is your other one recognizing you as a state champ, sir. This is Maya's. All right, so I got to do my boys, but real quick, my other two girls, come up here. So you don't win a state title just because the people that qualify, the people that they were the whole time that during the season are part of that state title team. So I wanted to make sure they got recognized as well. All right, so I had two boys win a state title this year. One that's not here, he's a three-time state champ now, is Noah Curtis, my heavyweight, and then Jacob Johnson, who's a two-time finalist and a state champ this year. Good job. That's all I have.
We give them all another round of applause.
I also want to congratulate Lathrop girls on the last several years of that program. Wrestling in the interior for the girls programs especially is top. It's the top programs in the state for the girls are coming from the interior, and the Lathrop girls have a lot to do with that. North Pole High School girls team the last 3 years have been runners-up to Lathrop and won a state title in 2019. So that's a credit to their program and all the coaches working with all the young ladies in the interior year-round. So congratulations. So I'm here to recognize Emily Ballant, who just did walk in back there, so if she could come on up. Okay. Just go ahead and stand right here. So this young lady over the last 4 years has amassed a record of 116 and 10. 8 of those losses were her freshman season, 2 her sophomore season. She has 3 state titles and was a state runner-up as a freshman. So what she's done in the last 4 years is pretty incredible. That doesn't happen very often, and it happens because she works hard. She works hard not only in the mat room, she works hard in the classroom, and she'll be able to take these things and make all of us proud at the next level as well. Wrestling teaches discipline, it teaches hard work, it makes you manage your time. These kids that are involved in the sport of wrestling become great citizens, and we should be very proud of them. I also want to give a plug for her theater group. She's very excited and very proud of what she's involved in right now with the play at North Pole High School. So if you get a chance to go, I've heard it's fantastic. I'm going to make time this weekend and go myself. So congratulations, Emily. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Consent items are marked with asterisk and are considered routine items not required public discussion by the school board. Unless removed from the consent agenda, asterisk items will be automatically approved when the agenda is adopted. Questions concerning these items should be directed to the administration before the meeting. If the superintendent or a member of the public wishes to have an item removed from the consent agenda, the request must be made to a board member anytime prior to the start of the meeting. The board member has the discretion to accept or deny the request. Only board members may remove an item from the consent agenda. If an item is removed from the consent agenda, it shall be considered separately as the last item of new business. Asterisk items will then be adopted by one single motion.
Move to adopt the agenda with consent items.
Second.
The first one signed up tonight to speak is, oh, sorry, Ms. Richardson, please call the vote.
Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado?
Yes.
Consent agenda
Consent.
approved. Yes. Colonel Suri?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Doran?
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett?
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Marati?
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Okay. For the core value is to engage with students, families, staff, and community to support student success. And Ms. Moline, would you read the consent agenda, please?
Yes. The board has accepted the award in the amount of $4,000 for the Cars Safeway Alaska Education Grant from Cars Safeway and the Alaska Council of School Administrators. The award in the amount of $237,518 for the School Violence Prevention Program Grant from the United States Department of Justice of the Community-Oriented Policing Service, and the award in the amount of $490,884 for the COVID Relief School-Based Testing Grant from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development. The board has approved the fundraising request of Anween Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $3,000 by hosting the Scholastic Book Fair from February 17th through March 3rd, 2023, to help with supplies for the library. Barnett Magnet School's request to fundraise approximately $2,000 by hosting Scholastic Book Fair from February 17th through February 27th, 2023, to help with books for the library. Denali Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $1,500 by hosting a Valentine's dance and concessions on February 10th, 2023, to help with snacks and incentives for students. Hunter Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $1,500 by hosting Scholastic Book Fair on February 20th through 24th, 2023, to help with books and supplies for the library. North Pole Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $1,500 by hosting Scholastic Book Fair on February 16th through February 24th, 2023, to help with books and supplies for the library. North Pole Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $2,500 by hosting Coin War on February 8th through March 10th, 2023, to help with accelerated reading incentives to encourage students' reading. Randy Smith Middle School's request to fundraise approximately $2,000 by hosting a spring social on February 17th, 2023, to help with student enrichment activities. Willer Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $2,500 by hosting a spring Usborne Book Fair on February 13th through February 22nd, 2023 to help with books and supplies of the library. Wheeler Elementary School's request to fundraise approximately $4,500 by hosting the Scholastic Book Fair from February 13th through February 22nd, 2023 to help with books and supplies in the library. And FNSBSD Center for School Stability and Family Engagement request to fundraise approximately $1,000 by hosting an ongoing food drive over 2022-2023 school year to support food pantries at FNSBSD school as needed. The board has approved the travel for FNSBSD A&E's request to send 30 students to Anchorage, Alaska, April 19th through 23rd, 2023, to participate in the Native Youth Olympic State Competition at a cost of $25,000. And if any local, state, or federal travel or health warnings are issued, the students will not travel. North Pole High School's request for permission for the JROTC cadets to raise approximately $4,000 to send candidates and chaperones to the Junior ROTC Air Rifle National Competition at Camp Perry, Ohio, on March 22nd through March 26, 2023, to participate in the competition at no cost to the district. And if any local or state federal travel or health warnings are issued, the students will not travel. And North Pole High School's request permission for their candidates to raise approximately $13,000 to send candidates and chaperones to the Junior ROTC Drill National Championships in Daytona Beach, Florida, May 3rd through May 8th, 2023, to participate in competition at no cost to the district. And if any local, state, or federal travel or health warnings are issued, the students will not travel. The board has accepted the donation of 400 reflective winter hats valued at $2,000 from Exclusive Paving to Tickasick Brown Elementary School to support the school's Be Safe, Be Seen community outreach program. $2,489 from VFW Post 10029 to Ben Eielson Junior Senior High School to support the school's Junior ROTC program. $1,000 from EOSC Welfare Fund to North Pole High School to support the school girls basketball program. $1,000 from Groudon Trucking LLC to West Valley High School to support the boys basketball program. $10,000 from Wolfpack Wrestling Incorporated to West Valley High School to support the school's 2023 wrestling program. $8,000 from Fairbanks Emblem Club number 109 to FNSBSD Nutrition Services to support the negative balance on elementary student meal accounts. And $15,000 from the Fairbanks Chichacos Lion and FNSBSD FNSBSD Nutrition Services to support the negative balance on the elementary student meal accounts. The board has accepted the monthly management reports from January 1st through January 31st, 2023. The board has approved the personnel action report from January 5th through January 26th, and the minutes from the October 3rd, 2022 work session as submitted. The board has acknowledged the personnel information report for the period January 5th through January 26th, 2023, and the board's coming events and meeting announcements.
Thank you, Ms. Milling. Before we do our Borough Assembly report, I'd like to recognize the City Councilwoman Crystal Toduel is in the audience, and Grier Hopkins. And thank you for coming up tonight. Do we have any comments from the Borough Assembly is next. So it is, the core value is to engage with students, family, staff, and community to support student success. Jimmy Cash, our from the Borough Assembly. I'm sorry, I'm off record here. Public comments from reports and non-agenda items. Public comments on reports and non-agenda items are limited to 2 minutes per person for a maximum of 1 hour. People who are signed up in advance through the school board office can testify in person or by Zoom will be called upon first, and if time remains, anyone who is in the in person will be invited to testify until a 1-hour time limit has been reached. A person testifying shall state their full name, spelling the last name, their city of residence for the record. Board members may ask questions for clarification. Although there is a time at the end of each meeting for school board and school administrator comments, some concerns may not be able to be addressed immediately as additional information may need to be gathered. So on signed up, the first person is Ms. Sandy Ryan. If you'll come forward and spell your name, state your name.
Evening all. My name is Sandy Ryan, R-Y-A-N. I'm a teacher of mathematics and computer science in this district for almost 30 years. And currently I serve as the FEA president. I reside in Fairbanks. I would like to take a moment to say thank you to every one of you up there. Thank you for taking your time and doing the work you do here, but also thank you for having the forethought and wherewithal to know that we needed to start looking for a superintendent way above the curve and way ahead of everybody else. That was smart. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank you for knowing that we needed to put money on the table for the superintendent. We need to make sure that we attract the very best. And it looks like so far with the number of applicants and the process that's going on, we may well be on our way. That extra 14% that was put on the salary is important. It's important to get the very best here in town, and I thank you. I know that they'll be able to, once you find that right person, be able to look at it, and maybe they bring something a little extra, so you've got a little bit of cushion there to be able to work with them as well, and that's just darn smart as well. We know that right now, the pool of educators are getting lower and lower, not the quality, just the pool level, and sometimes it's drying up. So we know it's hard to find educators at the university level. It's hard to find paras. It's hard to find that elementary teacher that's just right for that school. And as some of us get closer to retirement and others are leaving the profession, we need to make sure that we offer that very, very important quality to everyone in education. So as we move forward, let's work as a team. Let's see if we can get into this town what we need to make sure we attract the very, very best. Because pretty sure soon we won't be looking at what we are offering in schools, but who's offering it. So please, let's work together and attract the very best for Fairbanks.
Are there any questions for Mr. Ryan? Thank you, Ms. Ryan, for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Logan. Would you please come forward and state your name, spell your last name, and give your place of residence?
Good evening. My name is Danielle Logan, and I reside in Fairbanks, and it's Logan. Good evening, President Sanderson and members of the board. 30 years ago, 1993, I was in 8th grade at Ryan Middle School. Educators were happy, and students were mostly happy to come to school. There were hardly any open positions, and admin secretary had to retire before that position came open. Our jobs were coveted. 30 years later, times have changed. Educators are tired. Students aren't getting the education they deserve because classrooms are overcrowded and we have vacancies all over the place. Once were legacy jobs, now are turning over monthly. Educators love to see students succeeding. I hear from ESSA employees all the time that they can't help their students like they used to. 7 years ago, when I came to work for our district, I spent half a day onboarding. In that onboarding, we did paperwork, the fingerprints, the mandatory trainings like bloodborne pathogens, and child abuse reporting. Today's support staff get 30 minutes. They're thrown to the job before they know what CPI or IEP mean, or even know how to do the job they're hired for. Why would somebody want to come here at the lowest benefit ESP position in the district packaging crew at Central Kitchen starts at $15.36 an hour? No wonder it's had vacancies all year. McDonald's and Taco Bell start at $15 an hour. Panda Express at $16. They all offer similar health benefits, and McDonald's has a 401k, just like us, but their salary is much better. McDonald's has an all-day orientation and 2 weeks of training before working alone, and that job is easier than a sped aid, trust me. Today, respect, pay, benefits, and job satisfaction goes a long way in recruiting and retaining employees, especially educators. Do you want to attract and retain?
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Logan. Next, we have Mr. Armstrong. If you'll come forward, Mr. Armstrong.
Apologies. Okay, my name is Garrett Armstrong. I reside in Fairbanks. So good evening. I'm a PE teacher at North Pole Elementary School, and I'm here to speak in support of PE across the district. This is a critical subject for the enrichment and development of our students. In PE, it is more than tag and dodgeball. At our gym, at North Pole Elementary, we refer to it as being a good sport, meaning we model good sportsmanship, participation, optimism, respect, and teamwork in the gym. Students in PE lessons are not only developing their physical abilities, but also learning about teamwork, leadership in small group activities, healthy competition, and overcoming challenges. I'd also add at the elementary level, we see every student twice a week. At my school, I know every child by name. I also begin to learn their last names and their parents as well. And I recognize them when they return to visit from the middle school and now the high school as I've been there. I'm here to support PE because I've heard rumbles about cutting funding for specialist positions at the elementary level. I'd add, as I mentioned, we do more than just mind the students so the teachers can have preps. We help them develop these essential skills. Like I said, not only physical development, but also ability to socialize in healthy ways, be able to exercise and experiment, discover what are healthy habits they can follow the rest of their life. I'd also add as a reader of The Economist that they point out in the January 14th edition that, that across the United States, 60% of U.S. citizens are overweight and need more physical education. And even in the U.S. Armed Forces, they find that only they might be mistaken, but only they quoted about 25% of all recruits are physically fit to even begin basic training and need supplemental physical training before they're ready. So I'd say at this time, we need physical education more than ever. We also need reading and the music skills. So I'd say all the specials are needed at the elementary level. Thank you.
Are there any questions? No. Thank you for your testimony. Next on the agenda is, I asked, were there any questions? Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak? Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Mr. Maris, would you come forward?
Wendy Demers, Demers, Fairbanks. Today I'm speaking again from the perspective of a frustrated educator. I feel the current administration is continually making decisions, sending out emails, and making budget decisions that show an utter disrespect for educators and staff working with the students of our district. When the community is told that student-teacher ratios will reach an all-time high, if educators and staff are given the raises they are bargaining for, admin is trying to gain public approval rather than working with the bargaining units in a respectful way. You don't have a file full of prospective applicants waiting in the wings when educators and support staff decide to work elsewhere. The mission of this district is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. How can this be achieved when educators and support staff don't feel valued, safe, and supported? There are students throwing desks and chairs, tearing up classrooms, kicking, hitting, cussing at educators, and so much more. How is this safe for staff or students? Since 2020, our students' emotional support needs have grown significantly, but we don't have enough counseling support for them. You are turning a blind eye to what is happening in many classrooms across the district. How about those in the admin office each donate 1 day to sub in a classroom once a month? Maybe that will serve a dual purpose. You would be helping with the sub shortage, and you would get a bird's eye view of what things are like in all of our schools. Do something to show we aren't against each other, but are willing to work together. Lobby and ask for more money from state and local governments, and don't take no for an answer. Our students and staff deserve more than respect and diminishing programs. Thank you.
Are there any? Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Go ahead.
Hello, Hannibal Grubis, Fairbanks. I appreciate your service for education. Education is probably the most important institution we have in your support for public education. So I've been a teacher for over 25 years, and I'm a cross-country running coach, track coach. This is my community, and it's frightening to see where we are competitively now compared to the lower 48. We cannot compete with the lower 48. We used to be one of the top places for recruiting. We used to go to the lower 48 and get people to come here. Right now, if you look at our wages, average wage in the state compared to the lower 48, if you include cost of living, we're 47th, 45th place out of all 50 states. If you look at long-term retirement in our state, we're the only state in the union which does not have a pay into Social Security or have a retirement, the only state in the union. So you could argue that we're number 50, we're the worst of all 50 states. This, we're not adequately funding education in the state compared to the other states. It's a real serious problem. So we need to lobby. The school board needs to lobby. The administration needs to lobby. We need to lobby to get more money because frankly, we can't compete right now. We can't get new teachers. And frankly, teachers who have been teaching less than 15 years do not have a career anymore. They consider it a job. They're not taking extra duty contracts. We don't even have a National Honor Society at West Valley now because we can't get anyone to fill it. I have a hard time getting assistant coaches. New teachers don't want to do it because it's not a career anymore. It's just a job because they're not treated like a career. So there's a lot that needs to be done. And there are a lot of us that want to do things, but we need to work together. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and spell your last name and place of residence.
I'm Kayla Clark, C-L-A-R-K of Fairbanks. My name is Kayla Clark, and I've been teaching physical education in this district for the past 26 years. Hannibal and I were both teaching back at North Pole Middle School back when. And I would echo that the morale among teachers is pretty low right now. I was really came here to talk about being disheartened about what I heard last night when listening to the budget work session, when Ms. Mullane pitched a future consideration of a condensed school day that would drastically reduce the amount of PE time for our students. And I thank Ms. Matheson for voicing right away your support of PE teachers and our programs, and also understanding why movement is an important part of their day. To an outsider looking in, you might perceive that we're just having fun and playing games, but let me invite you to come visit some of our classes and see the rich curriculum that's being taught. It includes a lot of things that Garrett already talked about, but just perseverance, seeing kids being able to work through things, confidence building, cooperation, social emotional regulation, which is really huge right now for the primary students, fitness knowledge, personal goal setting, motor skill acquisition, cross-brain engagement, understanding nutrition and what they should be eating, learning how to build strength and endurance, and learning teamwork. All of these things are vitally important. Fun is always a byproduct, since the goal is to develop physically literate individuals who have the knowledge, skills, and the confidence to enjoy a lifetime of healthful physical activity, and that starts with elementary PE. So I know this idea was probably just thrown out there, but please don't spend time pursuing something that would be detrimental to the health of our district students. And I know if this idea does go forward, that you will be prepared to hear from a lot of students because they wouldn't be happy about it either.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any additional testimony at this time?
Flora Roddy, R-O-D-D-Y. I live in Fairbanks. I have been with the school district for over 20 years. I was thinking about maybe being able to retire. I am one of the lucky ones where I still have a defined benefit retirement. So I don't have to rely on a 401k to fund my retirement. If I ever get in a situation that I'll be able to retire. I'm going to bounce off of one of the comments earlier, attract and retain. It's very hard to attract and retain when we don't have a decent retirement system for our employees who joined after, I believe it's July of 2006. And it's also hard to attract and retain when the same people are put on the chopping block in the budget every year. Again, we have librarians or library assistants. I don't have the list in front of me, but a lot of the same people are on the chopping block each year. When I started working in this building, we had 5 or 6 elementary art liaisons who went around and visited each of the elementary schools and taught classes. Last year or the year before, we were down to 2. And every year they fight for their jobs. Last year, they gave up fighting and they both retired. We were down to 2. So we now do not have an elementary art liaison program. There are still art kits available to check out through Library Media Services.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else?
Hello.
State your name and last name and your place of residence, and thank you.
My name's Allison Curry. I live in University Heights. In a multi-tiered system of support, I live in the world of Tier 1. As an expert of my content area, I provide standards-based, differentiated quality instruction to the masses. As Tier 1 instructors, we cast a wide net, an efficient model that works if cared for and prioritized. We should be constantly revising, clarifying, and improving Tier 1 instruction in order to better identify students who need support in Tiers 2 and 3. Tier 1 is the foundation of everything you do here. Without quality Tier 1 instruction, you have literally nothing. You cannot build upon a foundation that's not supported. Budget decisions have both direct and indirect impacts on Tier 1 instruction. Bad decisions serve to undermine and degrade Tier 1 instruction gradually over time, like death from 1,000 paper cuts. When we pretend that a class size of 30 is normal and should be accepted, we are silently killing quality Tier 1 instruction. When teachers are asked to be hall monitors because we have no one staffed in the halls during passing periods, you're taking their ability to meet with students away between classes. Kids are missing out on instruction due to being late for school or just absent altogether. Adopting start times that ignore research about the adolescent brain and healthy sleep could be thanked for that. When you decide where to put your dwindling dollars, please look for the white flags. Teachers are deciding that they cannot deliver the foundational instruction of this entire district and be expected to fill the other gaps that you've created for them too. If a budget addition only benefits a limited few, your public laments and slides about having to make hard choices fall on deaf ears. You can form committees, have meetings about test scores, have adults who aren't in the classroom sit around tables and talk at each other about getting back to basics for hundreds of hours, and you will get nowhere. unless you make an unequivocal commitment to strengthening the foundation of Tier 1 in this district. If you ignore this problem and decide special interests of a few are more important than the foundation of Tier 1, you are likely doomed to fail the families of this city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any, you have a question?
Oh gosh, I feel so lucky.
That's okay.
Who is
Go ahead,
it?
Miss Matheson.
Oh, Miss Matheson.
Hi, Mrs. Curry.
Hi, Meg.
Thank you so much for coming in today.
Of course.
I'm confused at what Tier 1 really means. And I'm sorry to put you on the spot right now, but
I do this all day. Through the chair, Mrs. Matheson. If you guys would go back to 3-minute testimony, I would have explained MTSS. So, that being said, the Borough Assembly does use 3-minute testimony, but you guys maybe should go back to that. Multi-tiered system of support is basically a pyramid. At the very bottom is Tier 1 instruction. It's the instruction for all the students. You can think of 85% of our students get all the content from general education teachers. And through that kind of instruction, we can identify students that should move to Tier 2, right, up the pyramid, who need small group intervention, who need a little help here and there, who need something just a little bit more supportive for them where the general content area may not have reached them. Tier 3, sorry, at the very top would be students who need one-on-one, who need a specific intervention that is specifically for them, designed for them. So as Tier 1, we're all the teachers at the bottom that provide all that expert content that we teach to hundreds of students every single day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to come forward and testify? Please state your name and your place of residence. Thank you.
Amy Galloway, Gallaway, and I live in Fairbanks. I just want to say for the record, I was here only for moral support, and I got bullied into coming up here. So in all honesty, I think the one thing I could say that hasn't really been said a number of times tonight is that as a teacher who's worked in this district for 20 years, it's rare for me to feel the greatest sense of us and them I've ever felt. And so while I know money is scarce, there's all these, there's a scarcity of many things. And I think something that would go a long way to addressing this sense of us and them, since you can't just make money appear, is to please testify to the Senate Education Committee on HB 52, which would raise the BSA by $1,000. Now, there is testimony to that committee that is saying things like, we don't deserve more money because our test scores aren't good enough, or that teachers indoctrinate students, and so we don't deserve more money into public schools, and that instead money should follow the student. I think it would go a long way for, I think, the staff and students in our community if we heard every single school board member testify saying they support a $1,000 increase to the BSA, and they take the time to testify so it's on record, and then reach out to the Interior delegation, especially in the House of Representatives, who does not support this $1,000, and publicly let us know that you're lobbying for that instead of quietly doing that. And if you need any help on how to contact the Senate Education Committee, please don't feel embarrassed. Just shoot me an email and I can send you how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi.
Ms.
Hi, Mrs.
Matheson.
Hi, Ms. Matheson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Galloway. I heard a rumor today that you are encouraging students to testify to our legislators, and I'd like a little more clarification on that.
Sure, that's a great question.
Thank you.
So in my government class, I asked students if they wanted to learn more about education funding. And so they said yes. And so I'm not necessarily encouraging them to testify on this bill. I'm encouraging them to testify on some bill. And so they're going to learn how to use the legislative database to find a pre-filed bill or a current bill and how to research that, and then how to send testimony through email or over the phone. I did today share with students about the budget, because that is something I asked if they wanted to learn it, and they said yes. And then I provided them with some articles from varying sides and the actual bill itself, and provided them, and like, if you want to testify, I can show you how. So that's kind of the short version. It's in Google Classroom if you want to. I can share it with you that way.
Ms. Galloway, we have a question from Mr. Dorn.
Thank you for coming tonight and your testimony. My question is just as you were describing, because part of the thing in the legislature is concerns about civics and whether we actually teach it in school. Could you just address how you feel with your students as one example of many that we support civics and teach civics on a regular basis?
Sure. I mean, so students have to take a government class before they graduate. So that's one way our district supports. Is that what you're asking? Like, that's one way our district supports a government education. But I would argue that civics is about how to participate in your government, and government is about how government works. And so the We the People class really focuses on civics, and the U.S. government and civics class focuses on that. It's an option that students can take those to graduate, or they could take AP government, which is really not offered because we don't have the funding, or they could take American legal systems. I guess I would say one way that I think this district really does support civics is that over the years, while other people have kind of intimated that we indoctrinate students by trying to encourage them to participate, I have always found in my 15 years of teaching that when people come and talk to me or they talk to their students, they understand that teaching students how to use the system isn't indoctrinating them. Teaching students how to use the system is empowering them, and that students get to use their voice to do that. I think one other way is you guys come into my classroom whenever I ask, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have a question from Ms. Smith.
It's less of a question and more of thank you so much for coming and tonight and talking about your government class. And last time you came, that was really cool. I just wanted to say, I think it's really cool how you're really encouraging and teaching the testimony, how to do testimony and how to properly work the system of how to testify and stuff like that. I'm so sorry if this is going off wrong. It's been a long day. And I'm really glad that West Valley has you. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for your service.
And Ms. Galloway, I want to thank you. I know I have an invitation to come to speak to your students about that also. So I've been making the rounds with that, but thank you tonight for your testimony.
Thank you.
I think our testimony is closed. Oh, come on. No, yes.
Hey, my name is Ashley Wally, Walley, and I live in North Pole, and I am a teacher for the district, but I was a student in Miss Galloway's class 15 years ago. And it used to be an ongoing conversation during class of us students trying to figure out like what she believed in, like who does she support? And she re-asked her one day and she said, you know what, maybe someday you'll know, but today is not that day. So she just always walked that fine line of educating us and not indoctrinating us. As a teacher, though, I will say this year and a little bit last year is the first year that I spent winter break looking at different jobs. I spiffed up my resume, tried to figure out, what a transitioning teacher can do, and I set up my LinkedIn account, and that breaks my heart because I have thrown so much money into my education. I have gotten many additional certifications to do the things that I love, and I just don't know that I love it anymore. And it hurts. It breaks my heart thinking about it. It hurts knowing that I may need to consider something else because I don't want to. And so I don't know what it is that needs to change, but educators not wanting to come back over a winter break or over a summer break is not it. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have a question from Mr. Dorn.
I'm going to make this a question. Have you gotten the sense that what the satisfaction of teaching is when a student comes back and we see a student being so successful in our community, contributing to our community? Have you gotten a glimpse of that even tonight with some of our testimony?
Well, actually, my first day, district-wide job 2 years ago, I ran into Miss DeMario and Miss Galloway, and they were so excited for us three to take a picture together. Our first picture is colleagues, so I do love how happy they are to see us come back around, and I just can only hope that someday I'm able to stick it around long enough to see my students come back around.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do we have Mr. Cash on Zoom? Okay, so we're going to move on now to the President's report. So I would just like to share that, of course, you know, this is the month of February, and it's a month that we celebrate various things. So part of our celebration this month, of course, is Valentine's Day. I could add my anniversary, Black History Month, School Board Recognition Month, and Career Technical Education Month. I'm sure there's some other things that I don't know of, but those are just things that I know of that we are celebrating and looking into. Last but not least, it's also the month where the school board administration and the administration starts the process of working on our proposed budget. Also, it's my call to action to all the community stakeholders, staff, and students to continue to contact our legislators in Juneau with your concerns. And Ms. Galloway, I'm sure the board will take up your challenge to make sure that we testify and that we're on the record concerning this matter. We have put together our legislative priorities, and Mrs. Smith suggested that we do a video so it will be accomplished. So it's going to be a really think outside the box this year for our legislative priorities and what we will present to the legislators. The voice of our students' population is very important because the cuts directly impact their learning process and their pathways to academic success. Also for our board, we've worked on some, I'm really having a hard time tonight with the throat. January 27th and 28th, we had our board participate in a professional development consisting of our policy review, what work we need to do, and how to move forward. The board also participated in a self-assessment, and it gave feedback on how we can proceed with our work to update our policies. Also to ask for a quote from AASB to provide us with that information. Tiffany Jackson was our facilitator. She's Director of Membership Services for AAS for Alaska, for Association of Alaska School Boards, and she was our facilitator. Every board member took the self-assessment survey, and as a team, we discussed areas where we would need to improve. Questions were asked, feedback was given, and Tiffany recorded that information and will be giving it to the board. At this time, we're also scheduling our candidate forums that will be held at two of our high schools, North Pole High School, West Valley High School, and the Pipeline Service Center, where you'll be able to meet our candidates and talk with them. We will also take a look at working tonight. Also, we will take a look at working with Alicia Hyde for board coaching and development. I've also asked the board coming forward tonight to help me form a school funding resolution. I thought that we should try to get ahead and have a statement of our own as we started the budget process. So that'll come before you tonight. Every month, there are so many different resolutions that come before the board, and I will be appointing an ad hoc committee to review the resolutions. The celebration of Black History Month, there will be a Black Business Expo for Fairbanks North Star Borough community, and on Saturday, February 25th at 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. This is an opportunity for students, staff, and community to support Black entrepreneurs in the Fairbanks North Star Borough area. In closing, I would like to give the students at Discovery Peak Charter School of North Pole a shout out for their big hearts. They held a fundraiser for the North Pole Santa Senior Center, and they raised $1,180.32. They presented it to the center, and that's what I mean about student power. Thank you. Ms. Moline? For your report next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. I'd like to just begin my report tonight addressing one of the comments in public comment this evening as a point of information. Prior to the session even starting, Mr. DeGraw and I, along with our lobbyist, met with every interior legislator except one and had pretty in-depth and meaningful conversations about our need and the need to support public education. Following 3 nights of evening meetings, Mr. DeGraw and I are going to head to Juneau, where we have meetings set up with 9 other legislators, not necessarily the interior delegation, but other legislators. And for those of us who've been around politics a while, know as much happens outside of committee as in committee. So we are taking the advantage of personally meeting with legislators to carry forward our message, the priorities of the board, and the reality of what public education is facing right now. So while we may not wave the flag, we are working the system, and that means meeting with individual legislators as well as committee. So the second thing I'd like to talk about tonight in my report is the K-5 Language Arts Materials Review that's underway. We're in the process of K-5 ELA materials adoption, and to make it easier for teachers to give input in that process, the Teaching and Learning Department are delivering all of the materials that are being reviewed to each building, and that way the teachers will have it in their building and they can review it. Once that process has happened, there'll be an opportunity for the community and public to take a look at the materials that we're looking at for adoption. So that's underway and will be happening for the next several weeks. Also, I'd like to thank the businesses and professionals who made possible and participated in Lathrop's Career Expo on January 31st. Another way that we partner with the community to make sure our students have all the information they need for moving out of their high school career on into to a career or college. And then finally, on this part of my report, I'd like to just remind everyone that the North Star College Lottery closes February 17th. So if the North Star College experience is something that you or your students might be interested in, you can visit the website, North Star College, and fill out the lottery information and be a part of that experience. And finally, I would like to address our strategic plan and student success and highlight an event that happened here in our district last week. The Fairbanks Best Homeschool hosted the Science for Alaska Students and the Stars event at the Nordell Education Center, and that was a collaboration with the University of Alaska Fairbanks Geophysical Institute. The Institute brought over a portable planetarium where students could go in and see the Aurora Borealis and look at the stars. There were activity booths. It was interactive. And so we appreciate that partnership with the UAF Geophysical Institute in offering that experience for our students. And that's all I have for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Moline. Next item on our agenda is unfinished business, the Student Outcome Focused Governance Board Coaching. Alicia Hyde, with Susitna Consulting and Legal Services, LLC, has offered her service to do some board coaching over the next 2 years. I have a motion.
Move to approve commitment to actively participate in student outcomes focused governance board coaching with Alicia Hildy with Sisu Consulting and Legal Services LLC.
Second.
We have Ms. Hyde on the Zoom. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for, yes, Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I'm playing the devil's advocate right now with Sisu Consulting. I worry about if the next board will want to continue doing this. So I just want to ensure that if we cannot get a commitment from the new board, how do we move forward with this program?
Yeah, without a commitment, we wouldn't. Ms. Hildy, would you like to answer that?
Sure. The point is for a 2-year commitment. So all the boards we work with, they agreed to a 2-year commitment, and they all face that same risk, if you want to call it risk. We go through the training with not just you, but your community, and you start training your community on the work of the board and bringing people on board prior to even running for office so that they know what your board is focusing on based on what you've heard from your community. There's a risk that you guys could all be reelected and you're like, we just don't want to do this anymore. So it would still be a $15,000 flat fee. That's just to incentivize people to stay in. When we do this, I do this work on contracts with the Council of Great City Schools, and I think ours is over 2 years. It's like, I think now it's up to $750,000, right? For 2.5 full-time consultants helping boards. I mean, so I would say it's a pretty nominal fee, just as a placeholder for you to know whether this is a work you want to actively pursue, focusing your district on improving student outcomes.
Ms. Barnett and then Ms. Marati.
I would just like to voice my support for this after much consideration. Our board is in need of some training and guidance on how to work together. And I think with proper onboarding, which we have discussed doing with future boards, that this would be something that they would be on for. And with support of our board, I think it would be really great to work with Alicia.
Ms. Marati.
Is it working? Oh, good, thanks. I agree with both Mrs. Matheson and Ms. Burnett in the way that I am also concerned about the $15,000 bill attached if our board chooses not to, if any board member chooses not to engage for a month, then we owe the bill. I am impressed by some people's optimism that won't happen. However, I've seen it happen in the last 5 years, and I'm not convinced that we can avoid the $15,000 bill. That being said, I appreciate the scope of work. I agree with Ms. Burnett that our board needs it, but in a fiscal emergency like we're in right now, I have yet to see the value, and I don't know where we would get the funds from. So at this time, I don't support at this time, I don't support going forward with this bill and training, but I hope that we can find the funds and the ability to do it in the future.
Any other comments?
President Sanderson, could I just clarify? I'm not sure if I heard correctly. It is require unanimous approval and support of your whole board for me to offer this voluntary service, but it doesn't require all of you to be doing something 1 month. Primarily the work is with the chair and the vice chair. Some board interviews like we did before your winter retreat, but one person on the board not liking the work over the next 2 years doesn't activate the contract being canceled or something like that. It just requires unanimous approval.
Ms. Hardy?
Now I'm more confused. So I guess first clarifying question, does this agreement need unanimous board approval in our vote tonight? In order for for you to take on the work? If a board member votes no, does that already violate what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's what I offered you guys in December when I learned you had a $0 fund balance, because that's pretty significant. And, you know, if you want some help to work through what your board's working on, I'm happy to help you, but I will only do it if all 7 of you are saying, yeah, I'm gonna give it my best effort, and it doesn't require perfect effort or anything like that, but it would require unanimous consent.
Mrs. Smith, and then I need to go to the public because I should have went there first. Go ahead, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was wondering how much the training that we just had from AASB costs us.
2,100. I think it was.
Just general. I don't need an exact number. I won't hold you to it.
I haven't actually gotten an invoice from them, and I looked at last year's charge, and it was about 14,000.
Correct.
So I'm going to expect it to be that much.
Is that for the whole year or for just one training?
I believe it was for the 2 days that you did last year, and I can look that up again right now and reconfirm that.
People are saying 1,400 or 14,000.
Oh,
1,400.
Troy and I
Could you
talked about
please?
this.
Yeah, could you please?
I'll look it up here.
Thank
real
you.
quick, just
Okay.
1 second.
I think that we're being offered an opportunity. I think that it would be a shame to leave the opportunity on the table. I don't actually understand one bit what the resistance is. I'm astonished.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this item?
Hi, I missed you. Sandy Ryan, RYAN. I reside in Fairbanks. I wholeheartedly agree with Mrs. Smith. I believe training is always extremely valuable. And I think this is a great opportunity that's being offered. It's a commitment that folks need to participate. As you bring in new board members, I understand the concern, but if it's out there in public and it's publicized and we know that's what's going on, that you guys know you go into training and that's what is expected, I think you've got to kind of fix the problem. It's like, well, I took an AP stats course. I should have expected some homework. I mean, that's kind of the same idea. So I would wholeheartedly support this.
Any questions for Ms. Ryan? Go ahead, Ms. Harding. Oh, it's a comment. Go ahead. Mr. Dorn, you have a question?
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. understanding your comments are to the concept of training.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to actually look at the student outcome-focused governance program?
Through the chair, I've read what I've seen. I wouldn't say I've looked at it. I would certainly want to look at it. Maybe what I understand is going on tonight is if it's not 100% vote, you don't move forward, which is kind of, you're kind of just throwing it back where training is available. I believe that since many boards have participated in this, and I'm just looking at what I've seen on the surface, so I have not dug in deep, no sir, but kind of. So I know it's there and I kind of am familiar with it on the surface.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So I will just speak to this new, any other public comments? Okay, go ahead.
My name's Kurt Stables, S-T-A-B-L-E-S. I'm from North Pole. I've been sitting back there watching for a lot of meetings and keeping my mouth shut. You guys need the training.
Thank you for your testimony. If there are no additional comments from the public, we'll close testimony to the public and bring it back to the board. So I'll just weigh in as new president sitting in this chair. We did our 2-day training with ASB. We took a board assessment. It's quite lengthy. And in our board assessment, there were places that we needed to improve, things we needed to work on. And the commitment I've made is that I don't want to leave the work undone. There are things that the board has preview to do because what we do, the administration, policy being clearly stated, reviewed, and put in order, is they function off of those policies. It's been 3 years since we took a look at those policies and updated them and brought them in line to where they need to be. We have a strategic plan that we operate off of, and I would like to see them aligned with our policies. Most are, but we haven't reviewed them in 3 years, so there could be some things we need to tweak. In our policies, for example, the president's duties are 4 bullet points, and it is quite a lot more involved. I've always been to bring the best of integrity and purpose and clarity to what I've put my hands to do. I do feel that this board that we have, we struggle in some places. I came to this board and I said clearly, I know my weaknesses and I know my strengths. I have 35 years working in this district and I've come up through the ranks, so I know my weaknesses and strengths. In order to move us forward, I think we're poised in the perfect timing. Transition time is never easy. February is a really interesting month. As we're going through our superintendent search, this board has put forth the work to make that happen. We appointed ad hoc committee. We did the work. We've been working alongside them to bring forth the next leader to this community and to our district, to our teachers, to our students, so that we can move things forward. It just goes in line in reasoning that we should align as much as we possibly can. So as we're advocating for our financial stability and for our future of what we want our students to have and our staff to have in this community, we need to do this work, and that takes someone who is not close to us, who can speak truth to us and say, we need to correct this, or you need to fix this, or here's how this should look. I struggle with some things, but I know I can call for help. That's what I've been doing, but I don't want the next leader to have to do that. I want there to be a manual that they can put their hands on and that they can know where their resources are. And on this board is a lot of resources. I value the people who sat here because they came to this board with their own weaknesses, their own strengths. But I believe at this point in time, if we get what we need, we can be the board that can put some things and change things that need to be changed and need to be put in place. So with that, I won't beat a dead horse, and I will move on to bring the best that I can bring while I sit in the chair until someone else takes a seat. So if there's no, okay, Miss Smith, and then Miss Smith, and then Miss Barnett.
So I started paying attention to the board right around the time that Mrs. Smith started campaigning, and I started watching it over Zoom. And then once you could come back in person, I started sitting right in the back corner over there every single meeting that I was able to attend. And I got this weird fascination with just watching the school board meetings and taking little notes and turning them into my teachers and being like, will you give me extra credit for attending this, even though I did it for fun? And over the last, what has it been, like two and a half years, 3 years of watching this, I think this board will greatly benefit from this training. And I would like to go off of what Miss Ryan said. When you join AP Stats, you expect homework. It's a hard job, and I really understand that, and I've seen that firsthand. It's a hard job, and I think that doing the homework is going to help you better your knowledge of the subject. And this training is like your homework. It's just it's going to make you better at being a school board member. And if this school board is for student success, which is what we push, and I believe that this training is going to improve our student success in our district. And I think you should all vote for it. Thank you.
Ms. Burnett?
I would like to just reiterate and kind of go back off of what President Sanderson has said. I ran and decided to run for school board because I got sick and tired of what was going on. I got tired of our board. I got tired of the rhetoric. I got tired of the bickering and the not discussing and actually having a conversation. I enjoy conversation. I enjoy differing opinions. And this will allow us to have those differing opinions. This will allow us to communicate and hold each other, ourselves, responsible with our actions. And I think that it will be a great benefit to us. And I urge anybody who has any type of hesitation to have faith like I did when I came onto this board, knowing that we can be powerful, we can accomplish things, we can get work done. We just have to want to. And I know that that's why I came here, and I highly, highly, highly encourage this.
Yeah, I may be the odd one out. I'm not in support of this. And I've done a lot of time, research, and reflection, both personally and professionally, over the basically 2 months that we were given this offer initially, and then as we discussed it last time and prepared for this time. What each person has said, including the testimony, yes, we need training. I need training. Just as we expect our staff, our educators, to have training. But part of that is that has to be the right training. Has to be appropriate. I did some research, reached out. I talked with representatives at the Council of Great City Schools who put this program and training together. And I want to reiterate what Ms. Hildy said. Actually, her offer is incredible. She's offering to do it for free, and only if we don't complete the full 2 years do we have to pay, and it's a pittance. If we did it through the council, it would cost us approximately 10 times more, the quote I was given. But it's not a question of money to me, though we have to watch our nickels and dimes as we look at our budget. But the things that concern me about the program, the training that it is that it is not only a commitment of our time and our commitment to be better board members, but it's a commitment to this specific process. Part of that process is pretty prescriptive. It's pretty black and white. An example was that this is very, very focused on student outcome. Absolutely what we are about. You know, when I first ran for school board years ago, they said, well, why didn't you run for assembly? Why didn't you run for state legislature? Why did I run for school board? Besides the fact that I just love kids, and educators, and parents. The big thing is, with the school board, we have one interest, and that's students. But there's also a piece, and it was referenced earlier this evening, in my conversation with the council representative, I wanted to get a sense of the specificity that they were looking at. And we talked about students and what is a student outcome focused and what they consider it. And we talked about raising math classes or math achievement. And the piece was, if you have an excellent teacher and they're teaching 5 classes a day and they're the best teacher, what you want to do is you want to have an implementation plan that would give that teacher an additional class and or increase their student PTR, because you want a student to have the best teacher. I'm not going to argue who's the best teacher at any given moment, because teachers bring different things to different students. But I said, okay, now we have a concern about shortage of educators. Specifically, I said teachers. Could we have a goal that helps us increase the number of teachers in our classrooms? Because that directly relates to students. It was mentioned earlier this evening. We may have a what of what we want to teach, and we know the who of whom we are teaching, but we need the who in the classroom. And I said, what if we decided that as a board we should have a goal like that? I said, no. I said, so what would happen? His comment, and I'm not going to say, I'm going to use it as a stereotype because I don't know how each consultant would do differently, but we would exit. My concern is if that's the premise, it's very, there's no gray area here. There's no working together. And that's my concern. I also asked him, we have a strategic plan for our district that we did spend a lot of community time on. We'd spent board time. We're halfway through. The new superintendent will be part of helping us as a board and a community to get ready for the next step. I said, so how does this play with our strategic plan? Because I thought, okay, there's things in this student outcome focused governance program that I really, really like and that jump out and say, oh, that is what we need to be doing. That is what's good for kids. So could we take some of that and apply it to our strategic plan? I will wrap up, but I held to put everything together now. That his answer was, no, strategic plans shouldn't be there. This is not a strategic plan. And he said he had worked with a district who was in a similar timeline with their strategic plan, and he suggested wait. So that is something that I'm concerned about. We have a new superintendent. I see this as a partnership. My concern. There is also the question of, we have 3 seats up for election next year. We may have new members. How do you deal with that? His response says, well, you have to take time beforehand and work with the community so that the community knows before they sign on, before the day they file, what is included. I will close with the thing, we haven't had that conversation. I have felt personally and professionally challenged for growth and understanding. I highly appreciate Ms. Sanderson's and every board member, especially I think the new ones, because of the campaign they ran and their fellow candidates ran and saying, we need to make the board better. That's why we're coming on. They've pushed us. The work that we've done this year as a board with AASB, with Ms. Hildy, with the constant push from Ms. Sanderson is moving us forward. She's got an outline of things we can do. We don't need a canned program, my word. We need to do that commitment we've all expressed to continue and pick up on what we have learned from our December retreat and our January retreat. And I have faith in this board that we will do that. I don't think this is the mechanism for us at this time. So, and my last comment will be a big thank you to Mrs. Hildy, because she has put before us and she has pushed me to learn something more.
Thank you. I don't think there are any further comments or any new, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Moretti, go. Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Moretti and then Ms. Hardy. I did not see that.
I don't think we can afford this year, and I don't think this will fix all of our woes and board issues, especially since Ms. Hildy just said that the president and vice president are the primary people doing the work. But it sounds like I'm in the minority in this view, and it sounds like our community wants the board to pay for this. So therefore, I'll say that I support this in order to meet Ms. Hildy's requirement and put my personal concerns aside for now. I do have a question. Will this contract, due to its nature, will this contract be added to the budget that we are working on right now?
So what is the expenditure? If we do the work, there is no expenditure.
But if we don't, there is.
And Ms. Hildy has again stated what is required of this board.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And in
Ms. Hildy, do you have any clarification for us?
On the expenditure, I mean, you can put any line item in. You can put 15,000 in if you feel more comfortable doing that. It's okay not to spend money. I would hope you don't have the money. That's why I'm offering it for free. Yeah, so I would suggest you talk to your superintendent and go off her recommendation for the budget.
But clearly, if the work that the board puts into it, there won't be an expenditure. Is that correct?
Yeah, in all of the time the council has been offering this work, we've only had one board choose not to continue, to varying degrees of participation and skill level and all sorts of very serious challenges. And there's always been a way forward. We don't I have never suggested a PTR adjustment to any district. This is not a prescriptive, this is a framework for you all to do the things that you want to do for your district. An opportunity for you to hold yourselves accountable and to know what the research and best practices are out there, and then you get to choose whether you want to do that or not.
Okay, and the final question I
Can I
have.
follow up on my previous
Sure,
question?
go ahead.
The contract that was provided to us and signed by Ms. Hildy states that any termination by the coach, which I believe is Ms. Hildy, for the client's failure to meaningfully engage in the work on at least a monthly basis will trigger the conditional flat rate, which is $15,000. So I would expect that that would be in our budget, because we have the contract that says that if we fail to meaningfully engage for 1 month, then we owe $15,000.
So I don't hear any new, okay, Miss Hardy.
This has weighed on me for a while. I would first like to say, especially to the public, that I don't think any of the hesitancy is a reluctance to do the job that the board has signed up for. I've gotten to know my fellow board members pretty well. Everybody is showing up. Our schedules are extremely full. And so it's not that the time commitment, none of that is the hesitancy. And there was a whole day's training. You're welcome to watch. It was all live streamed on YouTube. Some of the hesitancy, I think, comes from feelings that came out of that. I am dead in the middle. I desperately think we need training. I didn't so much mind that training. There were moments that it pushed me and made me very uncomfortable, but each of us come at it very differently. I do think, to Ms. Marati's point, that it needs to be added to our budget. I am very uncomfortable not expecting, like, that's great, like Ms. Hildy said, if we don't pay it, that's awesome. That's money that we bank. But to not plan for it, I think, is fiscally, like, irresponsible of us to not have that as a plan. We spend other money as a board. We allocate it underneath the board's budget because we are saying that this is so important if that's what we're going to do. I'm also kind of the same as Ms. Marati, where I will go along since we need unanimous support with what the board as a whole seems to want to do. I have my reservations too. I didn't do nearly the amount of research that Mr. Doran did. And I know Ms. Marati called people as well. The right training is important, and I think we could get a lot out of it. But the reservations, just so the public know, is not because people don't want to do this work.
Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I think I need clarification on what does meaningful engagement mean, and I need clarification on Ms. Hildy saying that we only need engagement from the president and the vice president, right? That's not what I understood when we were discussing the contract. So I need from Ms. Hildy, what does meaningful engagement mean according to this contract, and who all is participating? Because I thought the whole board was participating, and I'm understanding now that it's mostly the president and the vice president.
Ms. Hildy, if you will answer that.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, that's like the question for me was, what's like the bare minimum for, participation? My expectation is that you all meaningfully participate in it.
Ma'am?
That's why I wanted unanimous
That's not what
vote,
I
because
asked.
Ms.
No,
Matheson.
that's putting words in my mouth, and I do not
Ms.
accept that at
Matheson, I'm
all.
going to.
That's not what I
Oh, I'm
asked.
sorry, I didn't understand the
Ms.
question then.
Matheson, we will get a clarification.
Yeah, I'm happy to
We will get
clarify.
a clarification from
I'm
you.
just-
Would you give us a clarification, please, Ms.
The
Matheson?
clarification is, what does meaningful engagement mean? Because what it means to me may not be what it means to Ms. Hardy, Ms. Marati, or even Mrs. Smith over here.
Point taken.
So saying that the bare minimum, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is the clarification for Ms. Hild. What does that mean to her?
So for me, like, I'm going to work with all of you. If I felt like somebody wasn't engaging, I would be talking to you and having a actual conversation, say, what's going on? Where are you at? If everybody stopped answering my phone calls, if, President Sanderson said, no, we're not going to put student outcomes on our agenda to talk about how we're doing on what, this like a year from now, whatever you guys decide to focus on. Says, no, we're not going to do that. If you, I would say it would be really hard for me to imagine a point getting to that point, because I don't have to have all of you engaged. I work with boards all the time where not everybody's engaged, and the people who want to do the work and focus on the children in their district, they really do that. And sometimes stuff comes up and people are busy for a couple months and they're not as engaged. And I think there's room for that. So my meaningful engagement for, I guess, I don't want to charge you. Like, that's the whole point of this, is I'm going to avoid everything I can to have to charge you, because you don't have, like, the only reason I'm offering this is because you all are at a $0 fund balance and pretty tight spot. So I guess the monthly meeting that I do with the board chair and superintendent, if you kept canceling that and didn't do any work, I guess that would be not meaningfully engaged.
Okay, I don't see any further comment or movement. So at this time, I think we'd call for the vote.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
No.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you, Ms. Hildy. We'll be in contact. I was shuffling papers, so I shuffled myself right out of order. Yeah, never move your paperwork, because you certainly won't know where you are. So now on our agenda, we're on item number H, which is new business, our resolution 2023-17, recognizing music in our school month.
You want us to read it? Move to approve. Oh, no. Yep. Move to approve resolution 2023-17, recognizing music in our schools month.
Second.
Ms. Hardy, would you please read the resolution?
Okay. Whereas the National Association of Music Education's annual celebration, Music in Our Schools Month, designates and celebrates each March as a time when music educators, students, and community engage in promoting the benefits of high-quality music education programs, and music education becomes the focus of our community and across the nation. And whereas this year's theme, Music is All of Us, seems appropriate as we continue to move forward in these uncertain times, and where music has certainly helped many get through the past year when the pressures and restrictions have seemed and may continue to seem impossible focusing on finding ways to make music alone and safely with others. And whereas music educators in the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District are committed to maintaining and improving school music programs for all students, regardless of their social economic status and their abilities. And whereas Fairbanks music educators are even more steadfast in their commitment to continue to provide students virtual and safe options, or safe in-person access to lessons, groups, performances, music competitions, and more, though creative and innovative means. And whereas music and other arts significantly enhance the morale and quality of in-person and remote school environments, and our music education programs include a broad range of types of music and active musical experiences. And whereas the study of music is basic to a well-rounded education, engages students in individual and group activities, develops creativity, teaches problem solving, and develops critical and evaluative skills. And whereas research has documented participation in school music also promotes cognitive, social, and emotional development, as well as skills valuable to the workplace, such as motivation, attentiveness, self-discipline, teamwork, persistence, empathy, respect, and leadership. And whereas the district's vision statement includes preparing every student to contribute to society as a competent, confident, caring, and curious citizen. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education designates March 2023 as Music in Our Schools Month throughout the district and community, and encourages students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in music and the arts throughout the month and the entire year.
Ms. Richardson, could I get a vote? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any comments from the public? Any comments from the board? Ms. Richardson, go ahead, Ms. Smith.
I just want to say, as someone who has participated in public school choir classes, I guess, since middle school and like once in 5th grade, I love the music programs, and I think they should continue to get recognition throughout the district. And I also wanted to just really quick say there's the Music in Our School Month concerts too, and that's coming up so soon. I'll say that again at the end, but yeah.
Thank you. Now we'll have the vote, Ms. Richardson.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. The next resolution is Resolution 2023-18, recognizing International Women's Day. Resolution 2023-18 recognizes International Women's Day on March the 8th, 2023, to encourages schools to honor the day with activities and lessons so students and community may learn and be inspired by the potential that can be gained through women's leadership, vision and leadership. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve Resolution 2023-18, recognizing International Women's Day.
Second.
Roddy, would you please read the resolution?
I would be honored. Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education, Resolution 2023-18, recognizing International Women's Day. Whereas women contribute significantly to social, economic, cultural, spiritual, political, and educational development in our society. And whereas International Women's Day celebrates unity, advocacy, and action and has been observed each March 8th since the early 1900s. And whereas International Women's Day marks a call for action for accelerating gender equality by raising awareness to the struggles of women in their quest for dignity, respect, status, and equality to the position men have held in the home, schools, and the workplace. And whereas female staff and educators in the Fairbanks North Starborough School District lead their district, schools, programs, classrooms, and offices with great vision. And whereas our community holds in high regard programs and organizations for women and girls, such as Girl Scouts, female veterans, women in law, the Women of Distinction program, and female school board members, and recognizes these programs promote the value of hard work, honesty, fairness, respect, and equality. And whereas International Women's Day is the perfect way to celebrate the accomplishments of prominent women around the world. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Starborough Board of Education proclaims March 8th, 2023 as International Women's Day throughout the district and encourages staff to safely promote equality, increase parity, and work to break that glass ceiling that limits and hinders women and girls, and honor the day with activities and lessons so students and the community may learn and be inspired by the potential that can be gained through women's vision and leadership.
Thank you. Is there any comment on this? Seeing none. Ms. Richardson, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Siri,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is the Resolution 2023-19 honoring Tribal Traditional Chiefs Week. Resolution 2023-19 honors Traditional Chief Weeks during the third week of March and encourages schools, students, staff, and community members to honor the historical contributions and legacy of traditional chiefs by studying their lives and the leadership of the indigenous people of Interior Alaska through interactive research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations throughout the year. Mr. Doran, would you please read the resolution?
First, move to approve Resolution 2023-19 honoring Traditional Chiefs Week.
Second.
Would you please read the resolution?
Resolution 2023-19 honoring Traditional Chiefs Week. Whereas the interior of Alaska is the indigenous home for Native people, and whereas a main goal of the indigenous people of the interior region is to preserve and promote interior Alaska Native traditions and culture, and whereas the values of the interior indigenous people include nurturing, accountability, transparency, integrity, value, and excellence, and whereas traditional chiefs serve as ambassadors of traditional knowledge and the Athabascan and Alaska Native culture, and whereas traditional chiefs of the people residing in the interior region have provided strong leadership and representation, and whereas students need to have a strong foundation in order to achieve academically, move forward, and be successful in life. Now therefore be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Starborough Board of Education recognizes Traditional Chiefs Week during the third week of March and encourages schools, students, staff, and community members to honor the historic contribution and legacy of traditional chiefs by studying their lives and leadership of the indigenous people of Interior Alaska through interactive research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations throughout the year.
Is there any comment on the resolution? Ms. Matheson?
I don't know who exactly to ask the question, but it says through interactive research, classroom lesson plans, guest speakers, displays, lectures, practical activities, and cultural celebrations throughout the year. I just need to know who would be responsible for those, I guess, those plans, those lessons.
So if I'll take a stab at answering your question, Ms. Matheson. You know, through our A&E program, they have lessons that are online that they have put together in interactive. There are videos in our library media services that any classroom teacher can request. I'm not sure about the puppets, but also different things like Molly of Denali, which is our award-winning program by one of our former employees here at the school district. So all of these interactives activities would be, you know, principals, the administration at their various schools and teachers planning activities.
Thank you so much for the explanation.
You're welcome. Next, is there any public comment? Seeing none, move back to resolution. Ms. Richardson, could I please get the vote?
Colonel Suri,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Right, thank you. Our next resolution is Resolution 2023-20, school funding. The Resolution 2023-20 calls on all 60 of the Alaska legislators to quickly pass a significant increase to the student-based allocation and for Governor Mike Dunleavy to quickly sign and distribute increased funding to each school district in time for the 2023-2024 school year.
Move to approve Resolution 2023-20, school funding resolution.
Second.
Ms. Barnett, would you please read the resolution?
Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education Resolution 2023-20 School Funding Resolution. Whereas the mission of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District is to provide an excellent, equitable education and a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. And whereas student learning is the top priority of the Fairbanks North Star Borough School District, and successfully educated students provide economic benefits to the Fairbanks community and state of Alaska. And whereas public schools are the only state and federally mandated educational institution charged with providing free public education to all students regardless of the severity of their disability. And whereas Alaska's children are its future, and it is unjust and unfair to use their education as a political bargaining chip. And whereas school districts across the state of Alaska are being forced to take drastic measures, such as closing schools and considering 4-day school weeks because of unprecedented budget deficits caused by the continued flat funding of the base student allocation. And whereas the quality and health of our public education system is a major determining factor in whether families choose to remain in Alaska and raise their children. And whereas Fairbanks schools have outstanding alternative education paths, CTE, and specialized programs that prepare students to be competitive in a diverse and changing society. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board calls on all 60 of Alaska's legislators to quickly pass a significant increase to the base student allocation and for Governor Michael Dunleavy to quickly sign and distribute increased funding to each school district in time for the 2023-2024 school year.
Are there any public comments? Or any comments from the board? Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I don't know how to go about this, but the last sentence is significant increase to the base student allocation. And I'd like a little more directive there. Significant increase to me might be different than to Ms. Hardy or to Mrs. Smith. And so I just want a specific, like, this is our bottom. And it's not that 6,800 that we were talking about yesterday.
I think Mrs. Smith has an answer for you.
Thank you. So I appreciate the work that the board did on this resolution, but I just, I'm not content with the contents of the resolution. And I don't even know where to begin. How about that? First of all, I feel that some of the whereases are not as articulate and strong as our board can be. And I almost would like to remove two of them and to substitute them with a different whereas, which would speak to Ms. Matheson's concern. I'm just going to say a bunch of things, and then I will make a motion with the language, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
So I think that we should include a whereas that is more under the order of, in order to simply maintain the current level of services and continue to strive for educational excellence, a BSA of $6,800 or more is critical. I think that we need to have that as one of our whereases. Whether the board wants to replace it or add it, I don't know. I'm personally in favor of removing the fourth and fifth whereas, but I don't really care if they stay or go. And
So what you have on the floor is you want to amend.
well, I don't want to put that out. I would like some discussion on it before we actually make a motion, because making the motion is taking an action, and I don't want to take an action if it's not really, I don't want to waste our time if it's not really what the board wants. And the most important thing to me is that I would like to completely replace the be it therefore resolved. I know people worked hard on that, but I don't feel that it's a strong statement or that it's enough. And so I would like to consider something, which I already sent to Carm because I know that it's long, and I will make a motion for this. So I'd like to have maybe two different motions.
So did Ms. Richardson, do we have a copy of what she submitted to you?
You can email it, and then they would have it.
And so I think we need to handle this as, first, I thought you were answering Ms. Matheson's question about how to submit. So that would be an amendment.
Sorry.
Amendment to
We just amend the whereas.
to give the number that you want to see there. Sorry.
Do you want me to amend first or her to amend? There would have to be a motion to amend.
Oh, yeah, it would have to be a motion to amend to include the figure you want to see there. And then we would vote that up or down. And then we would go in order to deal with Mrs. Smith's things that she's looking forward to.
Then I would like to move to amend the now therefore be it resolved that the Fairbanks North Scarborough School District calls on all 60 Alaska legislators to quickly pass a significant amount, striking significant increase, and adding no less than 6960. Or I'm sorry, through the chair, Mr. DeGraw, is it 6960 or 6980?
Mr. DeGraw?
So just to clarify, Ms. Matheson, are you asking about the number that was arrived at by the legislative committee?
No, the other number, the 69 and change.
That was in the number that, so the Senate Education Committee has introduced a bill to increase the BSA to 6960.
Okay, so yes, no less than 6960. That's what I would like it to say.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved in second, so we'll make that amendment. Mr. Dorn?
I'm thinking through the way you worded it, no less than, rather than just a straight dollar amount. I appreciate. My concern is, well, I guess it does give us, I'll tell you what my concern was. My concern in thinking towards it was if we put a specific dollar amount, we don't want to settle for that. And so the no less than, I think, has brought me around to thinking, yes, I would support a specific number in there. So I would support this really with that basis that it's no less than, because that doesn't really give us new investment.
Ms. Matheson and then Ms. Smith.
I can change it to more than 6960. Okay.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to strike significant increase and put no less than 6960. So we vote on that part. So we need to take a vote on that, and then we go to Mrs. Smith. Go. We have, the motion is on the floor to,
I understand. I'd like to speak to the motion.
oh, go ahead.
I do not support this motion for my previously stated reason that I do not care for the entire therefore be it resolved statement and intend to substitute the entire statement, which would not be appropriate in this action.
Okay, I need to try to see what you've given to. Do you have a number, Ms. Richardson? The email that you were sending with her? Ms.
Hardy.
Harding.
No worries. Through the chair, question for Ms. Smith. Is there a way that you would feel comfortable amending the amendment, because we can do one of those, to include the no less than in your amendment, and then we can pass it all as one?
May I answer? Thank you. I appreciate the effort that you're trying to save us the time. I already tried to save us the time of this. However, to materially change the motion to the statement in the way that I want to change it is not appropriate to do by amending Ms. Matheson's motion. If anyone is interested in pursuing the motion that I sent through Ms. Richardson, then we would need to vote down this motion, and I will make a change to that will include that number.
Okay, Mr. Dorn.
Two things. One, I would suggest that unless we're trying to amend the amendment, which is an option, that we act on the amendment. There can always be another amendment separate, and if Ms. Smith wanted to then present that, but I would make clear we need to make sure that is voiced out loud when,
Yeah.
if you do make
I
that,
have
so,
that
because
intention,
the
Mr.
public
Doran.
needs to know exactly what that is. But
So, Ms. Richardson, could you please call the vote? And what we're voting on is, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Go ahead, Ms. Marati.
I just put my finger up, so we're good.
Okay.
I just have a clarification. Can we, I feel like we can, if we want to, approve this amendment as a body and then still amend it after hearing publicly Mrs. Smith's motion to amend. Is that correct?
No, the amendment's already been made, so we need to vote it up or down. And
Right.
then,
But if we vote it up and approve it, we can still amend it.
yes, just another amendment.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, so, Ms. Richardson, would you call for the vote?
So the vote is going to be to replace a significant increase to no less than 6960.
Yes.
So a yes vote would replace that.
Amend.
would amend.
Would amend it.
Correct. Okay.
Okay, what was, you have a clarifying question, Ms. Marati?
Yeah, could we reread that, just the therefore be it resolved portion, so that we're clearly voting on the correct wording?
Okay, so it'll say the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board calls on all 60 of Alaska's legislators to quickly pass an increase of no less than 6960 to the base student allocation, and for Governor Michael Dunleavy to quickly sign and distribute increased funding to each school district in time for the 23-24 school year.
Ms. Marati?
Can I move to amend, move to amend, move to amend the wording, just to reword it, so that it's grammatically correct, to state that 60 of Alaska's legislatures to quickly pass a base student allocation of no less than 6960.
I don't see any objections.
It's been seconded.
Second.
Thanks.
So, did you get that, Ms. Richardson? Read it again so she has it.
Yeah. So now therefore be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board calls on all 60 of Alaska's legislators to quickly pass a base student allocation of no less than 6960.
Yep, that's it. So we'll call for the vote, please.
This is on the
On
amendment.
this amendment.
To the amendment.
Mrs. Smith, or Miss Smith, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surge,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
No.
Mr. Hart, Mrs. Hardy, excuse me.
Yes. Don't worry about it.
Miss Marati,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, now we're on the amendment.
As amended.
As amended. And we have it in front of us now, Mrs. Smith?
Not that one.
Oh, which one are we on?
We have to vote for the amended amendment and to pass it before we can move on to anything else. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Richardson, could you call the vote on that? Say it again.
We voted to amend the amendment, and now we have to vote to pass the amended amendment.
Mhm.
No.
No.
Just the amendment.
Just,
Okay. Okay. Colonel Suri,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Doran,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
No.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
No. Sorry, no.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The amendment by Ms. Smith that we have been emailed. Does everybody have it in front of them? It's the only way we can see it.
Oh, mercy.
Oh, Ms. Smith, could you please say it out loud for us? What your amendment is?
Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I just have to process what's going on here. I will gladly make this amendment, and then maybe we can discuss some of the other things that I was talking about. Move to amend the resolution to change the final paragraph completely to read, "Be it therefore resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education encourages and empowers its members, staff, and students, as well as the public, to use the talking points that are found on our webpage under legislative priorities to engage legislators, assembly members, and members of the public in a dialogue that supports and strengthens public education for all students by educating them on the realities of school performance, funding, and educator shortages. We further call on the entire Alaska legislature, as well as Governor Dunleavy, to commit to supporting Alaska's most valuable resource, our children, by providing a significant increase to the BSA, no less than $6,960 in time for the 2023-2024 school year. And you'll note that I did make a change to the language that was emailed.
Second.
So now we have this amendment on the floor. Is there any discussion? Mr. Doran?
Clarifying question and then a comment. Could you clarify that when you specifically reference what's on the webpage under legislative priorities, for instance, would this resolution be part of that? Would this, that question, I have a follow-up.
Sure. So if I could speak to this
Go ahead,
amendment
Ms.
and why
Smith.
I would like to have it. So I have been engaging the public repeatedly over the last several weeks, and there's just a series of regular questions that come up, and I brought those questions to Ms. Moline, Mr. DeGraw, and have, sort of said, these are things that we need to have answers to. These are the things that we need to empower our board members to speak to. And I don't want to just empower board members to go run off to Juneau and say whatever they think the board means. I want to empower them to speak for the board in a limited manner, and that we need to define that manner, which would be the things that are under our legislative priorities. And the answers to the questions that the legislators and the public have constantly, I would ask be posted there. And of course, this document to be posted there. And that way there are guardrails on all sides. So no, I really just want the resolution to be that all of us and the public are empowered to speak
for the board to the legislature that this is what we want represented to the legislature. And I don't want that to be an open book. I don't want it to be, you can go say whatever you want and say you're speaking for the board. Because if a board member wants to go to Juneau and speak, in a normal circumstance, we would be in a group, we would have a document that would have our talking points and our priorities. We'd be taking it and we'd be conveying that information. And I just want there to be more information. The answers to those commonly asked questions, why are we 49th in the state? What does that mean? What are we doing with the money that they already give us? I mean, our budget should be listed under those documents because that's the question that they ask us. What are we doing with the money currently? Well, the answer is right there. If they want to see under our legislative priorities should be our budget because that's, people can talk all about what we're doing here when they see that under that tab. And so I guess in changing this, we're asking our staff to put the things available to the public and to the board members. So there would have to be a commitment from them for that. And I just feel that the resolution before didn't really do anything. It just resolved to say, we want money. But that's not what we resolved. We resolved that we want people going and testifying. We want people empowered to go to Juneau on our behalf. We want more information to the public. And we don't just want to get money from the legislature. So I thought that the resolve was weak and I'd like something better. Be glad to hear it changed if you have something better.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Dorn, and then Ms. Harding, and then Ms. Marati.
I'd like to move to amend the amendment by striking the word therefore, replacing it with further, and then striking the last sentence in the amendment in favor of maintaining the wording that is already there. And if it gets a second, I would like to address my amendment to the amendment.
Second?
You can't. Who seconded it? You can't.
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Thank you, President Sanderson, to address the motion to amend the amendment. I really like the spirit of this. I do feel that we are already empowered to advocate, and actually it's part of our norms that we adopted as a full board. And our duties, responsibilities as a board. But it does help to reinforce, and I think it helps to give that public reassurance that was mentioned by several people tonight. That and the reason I see it as being further resolved, and I'm in terms of my question about the webpage and the priorities, it's really our legislative priorities that's there, and they're broad enough that we can bring. I can fit under that in any way. But I think there's a strength in the be it resolved existing resolution, that be resolved part, that is clear, and that this is a nice complement to that initial resolve that says, this is what we're asking, and then we are ready to stand up and speak to it. So,
Ms. Harding, then Ms. Moretti. Oh, Ms. Moretti.
I don't understand.
Oh, I actually support the amendment and the amendment to the amendment. I think that they are complementary, and the first paragraph in the amendment to the amendment is what Ms. Matheson amended and that I amended. And it's putting a dollar on the BSA increase, the dollar amount. The second paragraph, I love this, empowers and encourages everybody, not just the board, not just the legislators, everybody to get involved. So I am in full support of those two. And then the third paragraph that Mrs. Smith requested through her amendment, that is actually in the first paragraph of Mr. Doran's amendment to the amendment. So it encompasses, I think, everybody's vision, and I appreciate all of it. So I'm in support.
Ms. Hardy, and then Ms. Barnett.
Mine was from a completely different before Tim made his motion, but I will say I would appreciate like a read through of what it would actually say then, because there's a lot of now we've swapped and moved and I'm confused.
So if, go ahead. Ms. Richardson, do you have everything that they know? Okay.
So what I understood from the amendment and then the other amendment is, be it furthermore resolved that the Fairbanks North Starborough Board of Education encourages and empowers its members, staff, and students, as well as the public, to use the talking points that are found on our website, on our webpage, under legislative priorities, to engage legislators, assembly members, and members of the public in a dialogue that supports and strengthens public education for all students by educating them on the realities of school performance, funding, and educator shortages. The Fairbanks North Starborough School District calls on all 60 of Alaska's legislators to quickly pass the base student allocation of no less than $69.60, and for Governor Michael Dunleavy to quickly sign and distribute increased funding to each school district in time for the 2023-2024 school year. Yes? No? No. What did I
Okay,
miss?
okay.
Ms.
Ms. Marati has given the correction, and we'll wait for Ms. Richardson to read that for us.
Could I, as the maker of the motion, say what I said?
Yes?
We'll read it again. Okay. The amendment to the amendment would read this way: be it therefore resolved that the NFSB, the Fairbanks North Starborough Board of Education, encourages and empowers its members, staff, and students, as well as the public, to use the talking points that are found on our webpage under legislative priorities to engage legislators, assembly members, and members of the public in a dialogue that supports and strengthens public education for all students by educating them on the realities of school performance, funding, and educator shortages. That's the amendment to the amendment. And my context was it would be the last further resolved, the last paragraph.
Ms. Marati?
For clarity, I thought that the amendment to the amendment from Mr. Doran was to add the words further resolved to the paragraph that Mrs. Smith provided in her amendment. But that is not what you just read.
Okay, that is exactly what I read. Yes, it is.
Mm-mm. So what
Okay. My motion was striking therefore, replacing it with the word further, and striking the last sentence. We further call on the entire sector, that last sentence.
Striking it?
Mrs.
The
Smith?
last sentence, because it's
I
already
think
in
I
our
have the
resolution.
microphone right now. So just through the chair,
Go
or to
ahead,
the
Ms.
chair,
Marati.
I would like clarification on the amendment to the amendment. I believe that the amendment to the amendment states that now therefore be it resolved, the Fairbanks North Starborough School Board calls on the 60 Alaska legislators, yada, 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 BSA allocation of $69.60 that whole paragraph. Then, now therefore be it further resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough School Board of Education encourages and empowers, and that paragraph. Is that, through the chair, is that correct?
So I have to ask the maker of the motion, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Ms. Richardson, do you have all of that? Okay, we're going to make sure.
Okay. I think we'll go to now therefore be it resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough calls on all 60 of Alaska's legislators to quickly pass a BSA allocation of no less than 6960, and for Governor Michael Dunleavy to quickly sign and distribute increased funding to each school district in time for the 23-24 school year. Now, therefore, be it further resolved that the Fairbanks North Star Borough Board of Education encourages and empowers its members, staff, and students, as well as the public, to use the talking points that are found on our webpage under legislative priorities to engage legislators, assembly members, and members of the public in a dialogue that supports and strengthens public education for all students by educating them on realities of school performance, funding, and educator shortages.
Is there any other further discussion? Call for the vote, Ms. Richardson.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado.
Yes.
Colonel Siri.
Yes.
Mrs. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Ms. Marati.
Yes.
Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson.
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carried.
Thank you for the work on the resolution. We have the next vote, the amendment, vote on the amendment as amended. Ms. Richardson, if you'll call the vote on the amendment to the amendment,
No, the amended amendment.
the amended amend.
Colonel Siri.
Yes.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Colonel Alvarado.
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson.
Yes.
Mrs. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy.
Yes.
Ms. Marati.
Yes.
Mr. Doran.
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett.
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
And now we're on the main motion. So we vote
One more time.
one more time. We're voting, and this should be it.
Colonel Alvarado,
Yes.
Colonel Surrey,
Yes.
Ms. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Burnett,
Yes.
Mrs. Matheson,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mrs. Hardy,
Yes.
Ms. Marati,
Yes.
Mr. Dorn,
Yes.
Mrs. Sanderson.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you.
Since this is a good time, can I move to extend to 9:30?
Second.
No. The next is the Alaska Reads Act. Sue McKenzie, Director and Division of Innovations and Education Excellence, Alaska Department of Education and Early Development, will provide a presentation on the Alaska Reads Act.
So while Director McKenzie is joining us via Zoom, I would like to express my appreciation to her for hanging with us through here. She's traveling, and so this is a special effort on her part to bring us up to speed on some of the components of the Alaska Reads Act. So we'll turn it over to Director McKenzie.
Thank you, Ms. Merlin.
Thank you. Through the chair, my name is Susie McKenzie, and I'm the Director of Education and Early Development for Alaska's Department. Anyway, for Innovation and Education Excellence, it's late and I've been up a long time today. I understand that there's a PowerPoint that you will share, and I would love to share with you some information about Alaska Reads Act.
Go ahead. We have your PowerPoint in front of us.
Oh, I'm not able to see it. So is there any way, I don't know who's running the camera. I guess I could bring it up on my screen, possibly, so that I can.
Ms. Justice, is there any way we can bring it up on the screen?
I can talk to it on my screen, and I'll just ask that you advance it if that works.
It's not up on our screen yet.
We would need her to share her screen and run the slides.
Director McKenzie, can you share your screen? Is that a possibility on your Zoom?
I will try.
I think we have it.
See
Thank
that?
you. That's great. Thank you.
All right. So let me just see if I can. I'm working on one screen and it's not, I'll just leave it in this mode because I don't think I can put it in the present mode from this one screen. All right. So again, thank you for letting me share. We start with our mission, vision, and purpose. And our mission is an excellent education for every student every day. DEED exists to provide information, resources, and leadership across the state of Alaska so that you're able to provide that excellent education for every student every day. Tonight, I'm going to take about 15 minutes to talk with you about Priority 1 of Alaska's Education Challenge. I'll do an overview of Alaska Reads Act and talk a little bit about resources and the programmatic parts of the act, and then take just a few minutes for questions and provide my contact information. This is Alaska's Education Challenge, and it was put into effect about 2016. And there are 5 priority stakeholders all over Alaska got together and talked about how will we provide that excellent education for every student every day. And you see the arrow pointing to the first priority, and it has been the highest priority over the last few years, that we would support all students to read at grade level by the end of 3rd grade. If we look a little closer at this priority of students reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade, there are 3 main areas that I would say we've focused on. One is the Alaska Reads Act that passed last May that I'll give an overview for. The second part is the Alaska Strategic Reading Plan, and this strategic reading plan was developed. Data was gathered over the year last year, and it was developed just before the Reads Act was passed. And then the Alaska Reading Playbook, which is unique to Alaska. It's a resource for educators and parents on the science of reading and effective practices, but it is Alaskanized, and it really dives a little bit into our context and how unique we are. So those are 3 big parts to that first priority. I also want to just mention that that our efforts are aligned. So if we think about that excellent education for every student every day, and the Alaska Education Challenge, first priority of students reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade, and then the development of the Alaska Strategic Reading Plan, which has 6 strategies and many components. And about after we finish that, the Reads Act passed. All of those based on the science of reading so that students can read at grade level by the end of 3rd grade. And we're providing that excellent education for every student every day. So now I'll give an overview of the Reads Act. And I want to first let you know that we have been holding weekly webinars for an hour each week from 3:15 to 4:15 on Thursdays. We held a few on Fridays too for our world and native language groups. So as you look at this screen, you can see that on Thursday, we'll be discussing teacher certification. We spent 4 weeks digging into different parts of the district reading intervention, and you can see the schedule. We will be presenting between January 12th and May 11th. At the bottom of the chart, there's office hours, and those occur several times during the next few months. And it's just an opportunity for people to call in and get clarification, ask questions. It's not an agenda. There will also be an opportunity at the Science of Reading Symposium during a pre-conference session for leaders to come get 3 or 4 hours of additional support with Reads Act implementation. All of these, and I'll show that on this next slide, all of the webinars have been recorded, all of the slide decks have been uploaded, and all of the documents that have been developed are uploaded on the right side on the Alaska Reads Act webpage on the DEED website. There are also some one-page supports which will provide information for anyone that looks them up on each programmatic part of the Alaska Reads Act, along with an FAQ page for questions that have been asked and answers to the questions. We keep adding to that weekly, so I would encourage you, if you check that out, to check it out every so often because we're adding to it as things are developed. On the left side, you can see the timeline. And we've been working on regulations between August and December. In January, the regulations went to the State Board of Education on January 25th, and they passed them to move them to public comment, which has just opened up and will occur through the beginning of March. And then we will do some possible editing based on feedback, and we anticipate that they will be adopted at the April State Board of Education meeting. In the meantime, we've been developing many supports for school districts, doing a lot of presentations, and we just continue that work. So that's kind of where we're at. As an overview, there are 4 programmatic parts to the READS Act. You can see those on your screen. There's pre-K, early learning, and parents as teachers, department reading program, district reading improvement, and virtual education. There are also some other requirements for the Alaska READS Act. There's some reporting and data collections that have to occur, and there's also teacher preparation. I want to talk about early education and parents as teachers. So the READS Act provided funding for parents as teachers, and that's a program that has been around a long time. And what that did was create a stable funding source for that program. And the purpose is to enhance school readiness and parent involvement with students. The early education program is voluntary. It's a grant for school districts that have gone through a process to determine that they don't have enough pre-K programs for the number of students they serve, and they wish to develop a pre-K program in their schools. And so the purpose is to develop that high quality early education program. And there are some standards that have been developed. They're in the regulation proposal that's out for public comment. And for districts that qualify by meeting that high quality standards, they would qualify for 0.5 funding or average daily membership, which is funding to support early education programs. And again, this is a voluntary program. The department reading program is also voluntary. So in the fall, using our school accountability system, schools are ranked, and the lowest 25 performing schools are invited to participate. They would be notified from the department. If they choose to participate, then they would fill out an application, and we would use a rubric to score those applications, and then let schools know who would be participating. Participating schools would have the help of a reading specialist, a department reading specialist. They would together do an audit of some of their systems for reading and develop an improvement plan. There would be some funding for intervention materials to support the improvement. Virtual Education Consortium is another part of the READS Act. It's also voluntary, but I will say the one thing that's a little bit different about the Virtual Education Consortium is, whereas the rest of the READS Act is enacted as of July 1st, 2023, Virtual Education Consortium is available on or before July 1st, 2024. So there's an extra year to get that up and get it going. And so the regulations have not gone to the state board. We anticipate that they will this spring, but because we had an extra year and it was challenging just to get the regulations to the board for the other areas, they were prioritized. So for the Virtual Education Consortium, the purpose is to provide virtual education resources and professional development for students and teachers. A consortium would be formed between the department and school districts that choose to be part of that, and there would be some opportunities for teacher training and some opportunities for students to take courses possibly that were hosted by other districts. There's a reading specialist that will be on this virtual education team that would be available to support schools and districts virtually. And so it's that's the Virtual Education Consortium. The final programmatic part of the READS Act is the district reading intervention, and it is the required part of the READS Act. It's required of all districts that receive state funding, and there are 4 components to the district reading intervention. You heard someone in one of your testimonies tonight talk about tier 1 and the clarification of tier 1. And there are 3 tiers in an RTI or MTSS plan. RTI stands for response to intervention. MTSS stands for multi-tiered systems of support. But the bottom line of that part of the district reading intervention is that it's a tiered support system for students in reading. So all students would get tier 1, and that's the core instruction. And then those students that have deficits or struggles in reading would get tier 2 or tier 3. So it's just providing intervention to students and having a framework and a plan. Another part of the district reading intervention is a literacy screener. And the literacy screener is given 3 times a year, and it is used to identify students that have reading deficiencies. So is a student on target for grade level reading, or does a student have deficiencies? And if the student has deficiencies, that's the next part of the district reading intervention. And that is that an individual reading improvement plan would be developed for each student that had a deficiency, so that it addressed the deficiency using research-based materials and methods. And it would be part of, it would be informed by the response to intervention plan or the multi-tiered system of support plan that the district provided to the department and got approved. The last part of the district reading intervention is grade progression. And the READS Act calls out for, requires that on the spring literacy screener, if students have been getting intervention all year and they continue to have deficiencies in the area of reading, that initiates a discussion with parents about whether a student would move to the next grade or whether they would be non-progressed. The parent has the ultimate decision on that, but it does initiate the discussion of what would be best for that child and the sharing of data. All of the interventions in the district reading intervention part of the READS Act need to be based on reading science, which is a body of work that's occurred over the last 50 years that really dives into best practice in the area of reading. So that was super quick, but it's the overview, the kind of an overview of the READS Act and the parts of the READS Act. And just to recap, there are several parts to the READS Act, but of the programmatic parts, the only programmatic part that's required is a district reading intervention. And I will go on to questions, and I'm going to move to the next slide, but I will take questions. And that is, if you have a question or a comment and you want to reach out, here's my contact information. So I will stop sharing. There we go.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie.
And if anyone has questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. The first question is from Mrs. Barnett.
Hi, Ms. McKenzie. Thank you so much for sticking with us tonight. I know it's been a long night. I just have a quick question for you. I know the READS Act, I've done a lot of studying in it and such, focuses on the K through 3. I'm just curious with any of the intervention, would there be any preference on our older children who might not necessarily fall under this, 4th graders, 5th graders? I know that we do have a lot of reading proficiencies in those grades. So I'm just really concerned about the kids who don't fall within that K through 3.
Sure, that's a great question and concern. The READS Act requires these pieces for K-3. But honestly, in an elementary school, if you're putting together a framework for intervention with the different tiers that I explained earlier, most schools would implement that for the whole elementary. So they would have intervention for those upper grades as well. The READS Act just addresses K through 3. So that's the requirement, but best practice would be all of the because we want to meet students where they're at. And if they need extra support, we want to provide that.
Thank you.
And Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. Mrs. McKenzie, I didn't see how, other than with parents as teachers, in the pre-K setting, how is this going to support parents to engage in their students in their education, in their reading, knowing that studies show that if parents are involved and engaged, that there's less behavioral problems, there's better outcomes. How are we going to address that?
So clarification real quick. So your question is about how are we going to engage parents in these processes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood. That's a great question. The READS Act is very clear about family engagement. So if I just give the example of the district reading improvement, that part of the READS Act that's required that I was talking about, if a student has a deficit when they're given the literacy screener, the READS Act requires notification to the parents within 15 days and the development of an individual reading improvement plan within 30 days. And the parent has to be part of that planning, part of that discussion. The READS Act also requires districts to provide resources to families for working with their students at home. And then further in that same vein, if a student has an individual reading improvement plan, the READS Act requires 10 progress reporting times to the parents throughout the year, which is about once a month. So about once a month, the school would send home a report to see how is that deficit being addressed? Is the child making progress? Do we need to change things up? So lots of opportunity for parent engagement. So thanks for asking about that.
Ms. Hardy?
Hi, thank you for sticking around. I know it's a late night. My question is, how does the READS Act play or work with students in those earlier grades already identified with IEPs and special education? And like coming from old school RTI, back in the 2010s, we had those different levels. SPED was considered tier 3. And when we were doing RTI in our schools, it was tier 2 supports for students that avoiding becoming identified. So I'm kind of wondering how all that works with the Alaska READS Act.
Right. So as you're probably already aware, if a student has a disability and it is not in the area of reading, and the student does not have goals for reading on their individual education plan, we would want to provide intervention for the student if they had reading deficits. If a student, though, had a disability and they had goals for individualized reading on their individual education plan, there are parts of that individual reading improvement plan that would not be completed because there would already be a plan in place for how to support that student with the deficits that they would have. I would say that for tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, this is more about thinking about the deficits that a student has, and the type of support they need, because a lot of times the difference between tier 2 and tier 3 is the group size, how often you meet, how long you meet. So it's more about duration, intensity, and group size, and not so much tier 3 being reserved for students with disabilities or students that might be referred to special education, but more about the intensity of the intervention that the student needs. We're hoping that by students receiving that intervention that we have fewer students that are referred to special education services.
Do you have a follow-up, Ms. Hardy? Okay, Mr. Dorn, and then I'll go back to Ms. Hardy.
If I could go with two and then back in the queue. Thank you, Mrs. McKenzie, and I want to thank you especially for being here tonight, and to CSA Moline and President Sanderson for getting this on the agenda. On slide 11, where it talks about the early education programs, clarification, if I'm correct, a district like Fairbanks would probably be several years down the line before they would be eligible. And if you could explain the 0.5 ADM funding for districts not receiving other state or federal funds for the program, and like if we have SPED preschool, that's federal, state funds. Could you clarify that for me on the early ed?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Doran. So I think this is one of those questions that if you could send it to me, I would rather do a written, because I'm trying to wrap my head around the answer to this. I know that the 0.5 ADM is for programs, school programs, pre-K programs that have met the standards. And so they would have to, there would be a review process for those standards. If they are receiving other funding for their program, it would affect that 0.5 ADM. But I would want to refer to the people that are working on that committee for an exact answer so that I don't give you the wrong answer.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to go second question or wait?
Ms. Hardy, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Dorn.
So I think actually I might have spoken with you at the school board conference too. So you might have already heard part of this question, but it's also partly for the administration to consider. We have a charter school that in their charter specifically addresses, it's the Waldorf Charter Boreal Sun, the way they teach reading, and that it's not, they don't start doing literacy until first grade, and that they have in their charter written different how they expect students to read to get on grade level. And given that and the way Alaska reads, I can see there being potential problems that we might want to get ahead of. And you were, if it was you, and I think it was at the school board conference, kind of, I think, not prepared to answer that question. I wasn't sure if you'd given it any more thought how to handle charter schools that teach literacy differently via their charter.
Right. It's pretty clear in the READS Act that students need to have the literacy screener in grades K1, 2, and 3. And so if a school wasn't teaching reading, that would be an issue for that charter school, because there isn't allowance in the READS Act for how they've set up how they teach reading. Yeah. I would suggest though that someone from the district and someone from the charter school would reach out to the department, and we can have further conversations about that. So thanks for bringing that up again. And it was me.
So just to follow up with Mrs. Hardy, we would have to get together, because I know that we're not the only district that has a charter school that deals with that sort of thing. So we would have to get together and figure out how we can work with the charter schools to comply with the expectations of the Alaska Reads Act.
Correct. And we have started engaging with other programs. There have been some conversations with some world and native language programs, and also with charter schools. So we're happy to have those. There are, those are conversations that it's puzzling through and just talking to everyone and coming up with a solution that that follows the READS Act but works for that organization.
Mr. Dorn.
Okay, thank you. On slide 12, the references to the lowest performing 25% of schools, is that elementary only with primary grades? And so even our district might have a school within that range, or any district. Is that correct?
Correct, and it's not just title schools, it's all schools. So, we also go through the same process for identifying our comprehensive support and improvement and our targeted support and improvement. Those are the title schools, but this would be all schools. So the net would be a little bit different.
Okay. And when you say all schools, then elementary, middle, high school, alternative,
Elementary.
whatever they are, elementary only?
Right, this is a program for elementary.
Okay, thank you. And I have just a couple more questions, but I'll wait.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorn.
Okay. My last couple of questions are related to slide 14. The literacy screener, that's a general reference. School districts may, well, for instance, we have literacy screeners in practice now. I believe the department has been working on a literacy screener also that could be available to schools, but that would be district option. Is that correct?
Yes, it's assumed that the district will use the state adopted literacy screener, which is M-Class by Amplify. If they choose to pursue a different literacy screener, there's a waiver process that they would go through. They would need to submit a waiver and evidence that the screener meets the criteria of the READS Act, and the department would review that. And then if it did meet the requirements of the READS Act, then they would get notification by the department that it was a literacy screener they could use.
Okay. Related to that, Ames, MAPS, in those ballparks?
We'll have to go through that process.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on the individual reading plan, and I appreciate the clarifications you offered earlier. That helps me, but the broad question is, in terms of the documentation and paperwork the state might be requiring, will be a standard form, or can districts streamline? I'm particularly interested or concerned about extra paperwork on teachers who are already stretched at this point.
Right. So the department has put together a form that meets all of the requirements of the READS Act. If a district chooses to use that form, that's great. It was put together as a resource. If the district wanted to put their own together, as long as it meets the requirements of the READS Act, it's absolutely fine. And what they would do whether they would use the one that the state has put together or their own, they will upload that into as part of their response to intervention plan or multi-tiered system of support plan that they would send to the department, and we would take a look at it just to make sure that it meets all the requirements of the READS Act.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I better use paperwork in a broad sense. And since we already have we have a lot of those plans in place. My last question then is regarding the grade progression. I know part of that, this is broader in each grade in the primary, but part of the READS Act is that third grade target, which is a aspirational goal and one that we hope to meet for all kids. But within the READS Act, am I correct that will have a specific onus for next year's third graders and teachers to document their grade progression or lack thereof? Is that correct?
Well, the difference between kindergarten, first and second grade progression and third into fourth grade progression, there's only one extra step. And so if I don't quite answer your question, please just reword it and I'll, I apologize. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But at the third grade level, if a child is at the end of the year in third grade and they still have reading deficits as noted on the spring literacy screener, that initiates that conversation with the parents. And if the parents say, well, we understand that there's a deficit, we still want our child to go to fourth grade next year, there's an extra step for third grade. And so what the parent would do with the school is there would be a waiver that is signed by the parents acknowledging that there's a deficit and they still want them to go to the next grade level, but then agreeing to 20 hours of intensive reading, tutoring, or instruction in the summer to try to help the student in their deficit area, in their identified deficit area that would already be identified in the individual reading improvement plan. The other grade levels, there is not a waiver that's filled out or signed with an agreement of the 20 hours. That's only from third to fourth grade. Was that more what you were getting at?
Yes, very much. But the follow-up would be, that's very helpful. The follow-up would be that it's the screener versus the AK star score that triggers that at third grade to fourth?
Thank you for saying that because it nudged me. At kindergarten, first and second grade, it's the screener only. At third grade, it could be the results of the AK star assessment if they were proficient in reading. It could also be a reading portfolio where you would have to upload proof that they had mastered all of the standards of the third grade, but also of second and first so that they were prepared to go to fourth. So there are 2 or 3 ways that in third grade, they could show proficiency in reading.
Okay. And the last follow-up to what you were mentioning, the 20 hours, if parents don't do that, the child is automatically retained, or is it still parent decision?
You know, the READS Act says it's the parent's decision. And what I have directed, it does not say that if they don't do it, they are non-progressed. It's very clear that it's a parent decision in the READS Act. And what I have directed people to do is make sure they keep good records about contacts and discussions and trying to work with a parent with their schedule and being adaptable as much as they possibly can. We do the best that we can.
I do a quick follow-up.
I need Ms. Hardy.
Just a follow-up for kind of what Tim or Mr. Dorn was saying. The 20 hours of tutoring, is that on the district to pay for and provide, or is there supplemental that comes from the state to cover those?
There is not funding provided for the 20 hours.
Mr. Dorn, follow up.
That was my follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no, Ms. Moline, did you have any closing comments?
No, not at this time. As we work through all of the pieces of this at the district level, I'm sure there'll be more information coming out. But again, I want to express my appreciation to Director McKenzie for hanging with us.
Thank you, Director McKenzie, and have a good night.
Thank you.
The next thing on our agenda is the financial proposed budget. Mr. DeGraw will
Could I
present.
move to extend to 9:45?
Second.
Should I just proceed, President Sanderson?
I'm sorry, Mr. DeGraw, please go ahead.
All right, thank you, President Sanderson. And just to clarify, I just want to get direction from you. Would you?
I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
Is that, there we go, a little better. Just to clarify, President Sanderson, would you like questions as we go through the slides, or would you like to wait till the end of the
No,
presentation?
I would like for you to present the entire proposed budget to us first.
Perfect, thank you, President. So just before I jump into the slides, just want to communicate my thoughts and feelings on our FY24 proposed budget. I want to first of all recognize the difficulty and challenging circumstances that we find ourselves in. Was quite a painstaking process for administration to put this budget together. I would say it's one of the, if not the most difficult budgets I have had to put together in my career as a CFO. And for many different reasons. We'll get into those throughout the slides, but just want to kind of acknowledge the human side of this. You know, in the end, we're talking numbers and facts and figures, et cetera, and just acknowledge that there's a human side to all of this. You know, this impacts staff in many ways negatively. It also negatively impacts students, you know, and schools and stakeholders around the community. So just acknowledge the difficult circumstances that we find ourselves in. One last thing before, I got to talk positive stuff before we jump into the slides. We've talked a lot tonight about the developments in Juneau. There's a lot of dialogue. I think we're hopeful that there's going to be an increase. It's just the question of how much. And I think we've talked a lot about advocacy efforts that we can make going forward throughout the session. And I won't spend any time on that, but just reiterate that the district is doing a significant amount of lifting in those regards. And then also just a positive development that the Mayor Ward at the borough has included approximately $3.5 million additional education funding in his preliminary budget. And so we're very grateful for that development and appreciate the partnership that we've had over the last several years with the borough. So without further ado, I'll jump into my slides. So start out with student enrollment. The two main factors driving revenue in the district, one of them being student enrollment, the other being BSA. A 10-year look back, see 10-year 2014 around 14,000. The significant drop there in 2021 due to the pandemic. And then a nice bounce back to current year. Our actual numbers in 2023 were 12,643, and that's a nice little bump from last year. And kind of just the last, it's always sometimes an art more than a science, but science both to project. We're required to project enrollment well in advance of students arriving next fall. And so in the green, you see projected enrollment for FY22 and 23, and then actuals in orange. Apologize, Ms. Marati. Side note, I'm looking into accessible formats for the future. So thanks for that reminder yesterday. But so just differences in projected and actual enrollment. So still to be seen, FY24, our projected enrollment of 12,625, and we hope to see, you know, a number larger than that here in the fall of next school year. A general revenue trend, 10-year look back again, about $220 million in general fund total revenue 10 years ago, and down now under 180 million. We expect that, again, as I mentioned earlier, to go up, and so we'll wait and see how our 2024 and just the unfortunate situation of the calendar of how our budget cycle lines up with the legislative process. We're just unable to count any possible potential revenue until that becomes official, and so that certainly causes challenges for us here in Alaska. Our budget deficit summary, so an estimate of approximately $17 million beginning budget deficit for FY24. And just the makeup, a beginning deficit of 11.5 million, and then loss in revenue from hold harmless and assessed valuations here locally, the other 5.5 million. Side note, this $17 million deficit does not include any potential increased costs related to our negotiations that are currently in process. So fund balance, there's two different main fund balance calculations. One is at the borough level. They total up the unrestricted fund balances in 5 different funds that are listed out here. General fund, our transportation fund, our food services fund, our equipment replacement fund, and our risk management fund. 10.9 million total, but I just want to stress the point that those are all virtually committed dollars. So they've been set aside for purposes by the district for purposes other than funding our general fund operations. So highlights there, the general fund, 600,000 is showing, but that number does not include our outstanding purchase orders. If you include our outstanding purchases that are currently in process, that's a negative number. Transportation, there's a number there that we could have access to potentially. However, it's important to note, we expect to run a deficit in the current year at our current route levels of 78. Those levels we expect to go up as the year progresses, which is a good thing. The downside of that is those deficits will likely increase and become quite large here in the next couple of years. Transportation funding is also becoming a bigger topic in Juneau of adjusting transportation funding levels from the state. The last increase there was 2016. Then equipment replacement, those dollars are needed to fund devices district-wide for both students and staff. And then risk management, those are dollars that we use to fund risk and insurance costs district-wide. So 10.9 million shown, but again, the vast majority of those dollars are committed to purposes other than general fund operations. The state calculation looks just at the general fund, and that number is officially, per the state calculation, at 0 currently. Board policy calls for 6 to 8%. The state allows for a total of 10% of current year expenditures, which would put us just shy of $18 million is what the state caps us at. 6 to 8% of that would be in between 11 and $15 million. Just briefly, we talked yesterday, had the presentation yesterday. I looked back, felt like we didn't necessarily spend an appropriate amount of time talking about fund balance. I can't overstate the importance of this number and the precarious situation that the district finds itself in with a $0 fund balance. Many times folks ask, well, what's the purpose of a fund balance, of a school district carrying a fund balance? And the most ideal reason is to fund programs, initiatives that often have larger one-time expenditures, things that will benefit student achievement, things that will improve the school district, the experience for students and staff. So opportunities is the most ideal use of fund balance. More practically speaking, here in Alaska, what it allows us to do is, because we have to project in advance our student enrollment, oftentimes, especially the last decade or two, oftentimes those students are coming in at lower levels than what we think they are. So unfortunately, we end up staffing at a higher student enrollment than what comes in the fall. And so the way we pay for the additional staff that we're not funded for is typically fund balance. On a realistic level, you know, that might be 200, 300, 400 students that don't come in the fall that we thought were going to. That's one level of funding that we use fund balance for. An extreme example is the pandemic that occurred. So we lost 2,000 students, somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million over three years is what we lost. And over the last 3 years, our audited expenditures have exceeded revenues by $13 million over the last 3 years. Single year, FY21, it was $10 million. So the district did the right thing, held all staff harmless, paid all salaries, paid all benefits. That cost the district in 1 year $10 million more than what revenue came in. So it's safe to say that if we did not have a fund balance when COVID occurred, we would have had to have laid off hundreds of employees in the school district if we had the fund balance that we have right now. So that's an extreme case, but it occurred. I remember coming and arriving and thinking, well, when would we drop 5% of our student enrollment? When would that happen? Well, we got the answer. And so lastly, and this is an important note, that I looked back and went back on the website. The farthest our archived budgets goes is 2014. We began budgeting fund balance as a district sometime before 2014, because there was, going back 10 years, the district began budgeting fund balance as a revenue source many years ago. And I want to just kind of include words of what's the word? Urge the board to, as we see possible new revenue coming on the horizon, to avoid the prospect of getting back to budgeting fund balance, cash reserves as a revenue source. I think we're going to have a tremendous opportunity to try to right the ship, kind of reset the table for our finances and create a long-term sustainable path to where at some point, ideally, we get back to a point where we can start looking at investing in programs and things that are going to benefit students. And that'll involve a difficult debate and dialogue and different ideas and different opinions and positions. But I urge the board to strongly have as a strong priority to avoid budgeting fund balance as a revenue source going forward. And if we don't, we'll be back. I'll be back here at the table talking about large, debilitating cuts each year, the longer we do that. So I think we have a great opportunity to really reset the table and create that long-term sustainable path that's going to benefit our district and staff and students. So, all right, back to the slides. So the budget process timeline: September, October, November, December are preparatory months, putting the budget together. January, and then beginning of February, right in the middle there, is where we're at right now, where the proposed budget goes public. February and March, the board will work this proposed budget and receive feedback and input through a variety of different ways from stakeholders. Then in March, towards the end of March, the board will approve a recommended budget that will go to the borough by April 1st. Then the borough will work that. The main component there that the borough will be looking at is the local contribution request that the board will determine over the next couple months. And then they'll work that request that they approve into their budget. They're typically approving a local contribution the second week in May. And then by June, then the Board of Education has that number back and can approve a final approved budget. That typically happens the first part of June. The goal, as always, is to provide the highest quality education that we can, and that becomes more and more difficult in a dwindling revenue environment. But nonetheless, it's our responsibility to do the best we can with the resources that we have. So 3 main assumptions that we have: a BSA of $59.60. There's a $30 increase tied to the READS Act that we just heard about. Decrease in enrollment of 18 students. That decreases compared to the actuals that we had this October. And it's 12,625 is the exact number that we're projecting. And then we're assuming an increased local contribution of the $3.4 million. And just to be clear, that's not necessarily an increase to our bottom line. That $3.4 million is a specific number that is offsetting the state revenue loss due to increased assessed valuations here locally. So part of the formula, as assessed valuations go up locally, the state contribution declines, and that increased amount is just offsetting that lost state revenue. So just a high level overview, FY24 revenue, all funds, 218, just shy of 219 million. That's a $19 million decrease from the current 23 budget. The 2 main contributors to that decrease are federal funds, so the depletion of COVID funds in our federal funds, and then about in the general fund, about a $5.5 million decrease in the general fund. So those 2 funds are contributing to that decline. General fund revenues, a little over 178 million from our 3 sources: local, state, and federal revenue. $5.6 million decrease from current year. Our local revenue, we're showing a $3.4 million increase, $56.7 million. the vast majority of that coming from the local contribution. And then state revenue, we're showing about an $8 million decrease, 107.7 million. That decrease is due to, we received one-time supplemental funding last year that we cannot count this year as of yet. And then also that 3.4 million that I just referenced due to local assessed valuations going up. Federal revenue, we're projecting about $1 million decrease in impact aid. That's the vast majority of our federal revenue. Expenditures by function, this is kind of by purpose. Instruction is the largest single. Those first 5 areas that are listed on the right side are all instruction related as determined by deed at the state. About 79% of our expenditures are dedicated to instruction. And then by category, salaries and wages and benefits making up about 87.5% of our total general fund budget. So our proposed budget summary, investments and reductions in several different categories, elementary schools, secondary schools, district-wide, and then we'll review CARES, our CARES expenditures as well. For elementary schools, our pupil to teacher ratio, or our PTR, we have had to increase our PTR in K through 2 from 25 to 27. In grades 3 through 5, we've had to increase the class size from 25 to 28. And just to note, these baseline PTRs at all levels are our current PTRs, and we're using CARES funds to maintain these PTRs, the current year PTRs. On the investment side for elementary schools, and many of the items in the investment areas of these different categories are going to be restorations from CARES. So technically, they're not necessarily new additions to what we're doing. We're restoring those expenditures that are currently in CARES back to the general fund. So 2.5 FTE to Barnett to maintain their magnet school model, and then 3 kindergarten teaching assistants also from CARES. On the reduction side, so those increased PTRs has created a reduction of 7 classroom teachers, and then we're reducing 4 ELP teachers at the elementary level. Another thing to make note of, just to point out, is that the enrollment that we're comparing for our FY24 budget is, as I mentioned, 12,625. What we're comparing to is the FY23 budget with an enrollment of 12,200. So we're increasing our student enrollment by about 435 students. And so we should be adding based on similar PTRs, but we're actually decreasing. So 7 might not look like a lot, but given the increase of 400 and plus students, that's a significant hit to our classrooms. At the secondary level, PTRs, grades 6 through 8, increasing from 27 to 30, and then grades 9 through 12, moving from 30 to 32. On the investment side, again, most of these are restorations from CARES, so total of 2 FTE activity coordinators, 1 district-wide, and 2 .5s at our smaller high schools. High school assistant principals and high school counselors restored from CARES. 3 FTE staff, director, teacher, and registrar for our North Star College, and then a half FTE CTE teacher at Hutch. And then restoring also from CARES 1 e-learning teacher, and then 200,000 in e-learning licenses, also from CARES. On the reduction side, so 15 FTE classroom teachers due to the PTR increases, 3 grade 6 secretaries at our larger high schools, 3 high school safety assistants at the larger high schools, and then the library assistant at each middle and high school in the district. District-wide, on the investment side, 1 program secretary for our alternative schools and programs department. There's a significant increase in enrollment in many of those departments. 1 database administrator in our IT department, restored from CARES, and then 4 nurse managers for our new nursing program, also from CARES. 7 maintenance positions in our facilities department, and then 1 grounds maintenance position also in our FMD department. On the reduction side, district-wide, so 3.5 social service managers. Important to note, those positions aren't disappearing. They're being moved to a different funding source, a grant. 1 communications specialist here at the ADC building. 2.5 health services positions. It's important to note that that reduction will not impact a staff member at each school in the district. That reduced number still maintains a health staff member at each school in the district. 3 FTE SMART positions in our SMART program, 1 accountant position here at the ADC building, and then 1.1 FTE ELL tutor.
Excuse me, Mr. DeGraw.
Yes.
Move to extend to 10 p.m.
Second.
You can go ahead now.
5 non-student contact days for our support staff. That would be school term general fund employees. A reduction of about $530,000 in our FCSA contract here locally, and then a $400,000 decrease to our curriculum budget in the current year. Our proposed CARES budget for FY24. To start with here, we'll just kind of set the baseline of where we're at, looking at what was approved by the board in FY23. So this was our FY23 approved CARES budget. We had about $15 million available last year. We allocated a little over $12 million as a district. We anticipated having right around $3 million available for FY24. Fast forward to about a couple of weeks ago, our most recent estimate is we will have approximately $4.3 million available, so a little bit more, which is good news. And then we are proposing to use those dollars to fund 37 classroom teachers district-wide. Now to reductions in our CARES budget. So these are items that are currently in CARES that the district is recommending not be renewed. So these would be net reductions, not restored to the general fund. So a total of 31 teaching assistants, both in the arenas of math and literacy, as well as kindergarten. 2 Hutch teachers, 5 e-learning teachers, and then 1 database administrator in our IT department. $230,000 in e-learning licenses, $268,000 in our special ed summer enrichment program, and then $120,000 in our CEC lease and related custodial services. It's important to note that this is not an elimination of our summer programs. Over the last few years, we've been able to supplement and increase our summer services due to our CARES funding. And also important to note that enriched, that heightened amount will continue this summer. It would be the last year, would be this summer of those elevated services. So looking at personnel, so total positions district-wide, and this slide includes our general fund plus CARES positions, comparing current year FY23, about 1,542 positions combined, to our proposed FY24 of 1,458. So a net total decrease of about 83 FTE. Now, just these next few slides will sum up total net additions to the district, and they will illustrate total net reductions, including both the general fund and CARES. Lots of line items restored from CARES, moving this can be confusing. So these are total net investments and total net reductions district-wide. So net investments, 3 FTE for our North Star College program, 1 program secretary and alternative programs, and then 1 grounds maintenance position in our facilities department. net reductions district-wide. So total of 22 classroom teachers, 4 ELP teachers, 2 additional at Hutchison High School, and 5 e-learning teachers. In the support staff arena, 3 grade 6 secretaries, as well as safety assistants at our larger high schools, and then 9 library assistants at the middle and high schools. The 31 teaching assistants in math and literacy, as well as kindergarten, the 2.5 health positions, and the ELL tutor. And then the 3 smart positions, and then in the ADC building, 1 accountant position, a communications specialist, and a systems database administrator in IT. And then the 5 non-student contact days for support staff, the FCSA contract, the curriculum reductions, and then reductions in e-learning licenses. So just a reminder, we preserved 200,000 of the e-learning licenses and are reducing the other 230, and then the reduction in the summer enrichment, and then the CEC lease. So a priority add back list, we have created a list of, in the event that we see additional revenue a little bit down the road, which we anticipate and hope for, what's the district's priority add back list. So PTR would take, for FY24, it would take $3.7 million to maintain our current FY23 PTR. And then by FY25, it will require an additional 4.3, which is the CARES expenditures that we're using on teachers. And then the remainder of the list, as shown, kindergarten teaching assistants, grade 6 secretaries, support staff days, library assistants, safety assistants, ADC reductions, and then Hutchison High teachers. So the totality of that list, right around $11 million of staff add backs. And then hypothetical scenarios. Here, I just ask that these numbers are very, very, very rough. Just many of the numbers I put out there, especially forward-looking, are always estimates. These are extreme estimates. Many different factors can have an impact up or down on the final number that we're looking at. A 6,800 BSA would provide approximately estimated $18 million additional revenue in state revenue to the district. That would basically allow us to erase our entire current deficit, restore all desired budget cuts, that maintain PTR into FY25, and then cover any currently known at this time labor cost increases that we know will occur. And again, that would not include any additional costs that would come out of the current negotiations that we're currently in. A $6,400 BSA would allow us to maintain our PTR, our current PTR, into FY25, so for FY24 as well as FY25, and then would allow us to possibly restore some of the other items on the priority add back list that was shown earlier. Looking at potential budget remedies, a couple of different ideas that administration has thrown around and begun to investigate, and I'll turn the time over to Ms. Moline to talk about these items.
Yeah, these are items that we brought before the board for consideration, actually to consider if we want to pursue it. We've considered a lot of different ways to have a stable budget. And we know across the country, different schools, districts are facing similar things and have tried similar things. One being a condensed school day. So shortening the hours of the day, using the time that students are not in the building for a common prep time for teachers is one remedy. Some school districts in other areas have gone to a 4-day school week. So if it were the pleasure of the board, we would start researching that further, not necessarily for this next school year, for the 23-24 school year, but looking forward thinking on how to again lean things up a little. So that was one thing that was on the table. The other thing that had been considered, that if the board would so desire, we would further investigate, and that's contracting custodial services. There's a number of different ways that that could look, and we haven't gone down that road too far, just to make sure that this is a direction that the board would want us to explore. These are just ideas, and they're on the table for the board to consider at some point during the process.
And then last slide of the presentation, just kind of a 2-year summary. Current year showing the current year estimated deficit and how we have balanced the budget in this FY24 proposed budget, the budget cuts, and then increased local contribution, and then utilizing the last of the CARES money funds available to us. And then just a very, very rough, this number could be very different, but it's just illustrating the fact that we're still using a little over $4 million of CARES funds in FY24. So we're going to, from a starting point, we're going to be at another deficit position in all likelihood. So that concludes the presentation, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeGraw. We'll start with Ms. Marati.
And for the listening public, we did this presentation last night, so if we seem quiet, it's because we got a lot of questions out last night, and that is also on, you can view that whole work session. My question is, how would the $17 million deficit impact PTR if we solely distributed it through PTR?
If we solely utilize, just to make clear, if we solely utilized adjusting PTR to fill that gap, good question, Ms. Marati. That would be about 11 students per grade district-wide to cover an approximate $17 million deficit.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Just, you mentioned that we gained 400 students and that we would be lowering our, adding in teachers. It was just, it might be through administration. Do we know where we gained those? Like, was it spread evenly, or did we have very bottom heavy with a lot more elementary than we expected, just for where we're investing our teachers?
Yeah, that's, we can get that information to you, Ms. Hardy, but anecdotally, I know we had a pretty good bump in our homeschool program, in the BEST program, and then in our in-person schools, anecdotally, it had to be pretty evenly distributed because there wasn't a lot of areas that really jumped out at us. But we'll confirm those numbers, and we'll send out some information to the board along the lines of where those students landed.
Mr. Dorn?
Really appreciate the expansion on the fund balance question, and I think as we go forward, would ask that consider outlining that. I think it'll help the public understand how that whole process has gone over the years. And as Ms. Marati mentioned, we spent a lot of time yesterday. We've got a work session tomorrow and then next Monday. So this is going to be, we will get into this, and not earlier in the evening than late tonight. The other thing is just when we look at enrollment, I keep coming back to the fact that as our enrollment overall has gone down, our borough population has gone down. So they do go hand in hand. But thank you for all the work on this.
Yes.
Ms. Barnett?
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. DeGraw. Thank you to the admin. It's late. I know the budget's a crazy thing to tackle this late at night. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for everything you've done. Just a reminder to the public, none of this is like hard in stone. We have a lot of decisions before us, and we have a lot of time in the next couple weeks that we'll be meeting and hashing all of this out. So we hear you, we see you, we see your emails, and we're listening. So thank you, Mr. DeGraw.
Mr. Doran?
just real quickly related to this specific topic, and so we don't lose time later, is that the board budget committee will be meeting on February 23rd to look at this in more particular, and we appreciate those stakeholders being part of that.
If there are no more questions, I think that we'll move to closing comments. And tonight, I would actually like to start with Colonel Surrey and then go to Colonel Alvarez. I think you're going to be excited. Colonel Surrey, do you have any closing comments?
Nothing to add from me tonight.
Miss seeing you. All right, Colonel Alvarez, go right ahead. Alvarado, sorry.
It's okay. Hey, folks, really quickly, and I apologize, this is probably going to be one of the last things anybody wants to hear at about 9:55 tonight, and it's going to be completely contrary to what was just talked about. But I really want to thank you guys for hearing me out. So up front, I want to thank you guys for your time, and I want to please make sure that we caveat anything I'm saying here tonight is not intended as a spear or any sort of slightest hint at how we feel as an Air Force about the school district. But unfortunately, I have to bring something up that is breaking that you guys are going to become a lot more aware of as time goes on. So really quickly, Eielson is about to grow, and it's going to happen very quickly, and we're going to need some help. So long story short, senior Air Force leadership and senior Alaskan government leadership has decided that we are going to increase the footprint at Eielson Air Force Base, which is going to mean the inclusion of 4 more KC-135s. And that is going to mean the 4 KC-135s is going to bring 268 more service members to include about 500 to 600 total folks, including families, which is a win for Eielson, but really a great big win for Alaska. And this is really codifying that the strategic significance of Alaska and how we are going to continue to grow as Fairbanks, North Pole, and then Team Eielson in addition to Fort Wainwright. So what this basically means is folks are coming. This was decided within the last couple of months. This is going to be a wonderful thing. However, we are now starting to work in a lot of capacities with the community. We're working with Mayor Ward and his team when it comes to housing and other initiatives. And unfortunately, as we've really started taking a look at Eielson and where we stand, we've got an issue that we regretfully need some help with. And that is because we're now becoming increasingly concerned about the capacity and the quality of the schools we have on base. Crawford is right on the edge of being at capacity, and I get to meet with Ms. Teresa Lesage and Mr. Bruce Bell, who's a principal of Eielson. Crawford is doing fine where it's at right now, but they are on the brink of capacity. I think they're in the vicinity of being able to take about 50 more people. And from a Eielson perspective, the school is functional. However, there's really some need that we need to take a look at. I think they're looking at a dirt track right now and some other stuff that long-term we need some help with. And we're also going to need some help with because we're still getting data points suggesting that when we have military spouses that come in as teachers, they're still having a hard time getting into the system, whether it's the bringing in of the accreditation and getting them to the schools, or when they can get in, they're being told, hey, you're going to go teach at off base, as an example. So we're going to need some help with that. So what we're asking, humbly requesting, is the school board please come out and take a look at what is happening at Crawford and take a look at this high school. Regretfully, we are looking at the Manning coming in. The 268 people with their families are not going to come in one big tranche, was what we are begging and pleading with senior Air Force leadership on. And it's had a lot of exposure with Senator Murkowski and with Senator Sullivan. So this is going to happen. We are just trying to get them to pace it so we can make sure that it meets housing and that we can actually start working our way forward with improving the schools at a level that's going to help us on base, but still not cripple the district as you guys are working through a lot of complex problems, and we fully appreciate that. I do understand that there's probably some folks with long memories in the communities that probably, is Eielson going to stay or go? Are you closing or staying? And I completely understand that. But unfortunately, the DoD and the Air Force recognizes that Eielson is of strategic importance and will be a major point of demarcation if we have to deploy worldwide. And that basically means between the strategic location and the wonderful people of this community, you guys are pretty much stuck with us. We're not going anywhere. So for us, I wish I had time in the future to sit down and talk to you folks about where we are as a base, and I'm happy to do that. If there's ever a state of address that I can give to the board about where we're going as a base, but what has changed is Eielson, it was known as Fishing is the Mission from a DOSD perspective, but now that is not the case. We have, as of June, we now have a response required to go deploy at a moment's notice. We have more tankers, and what's also on the line is the future next generation tanker, the KC-46, is being favored to be placed at Eielson. So I'm expecting in a few years another growth. I am saying this now, not because I feel like there's going to be any pushback from anybody here or anybody that not lack a desire to help, but I want to make sure everybody's understanding that this has already been a discussion. I have personally got to meet and see Sullivan Murkowski's staffers. They are aware. They're working with us from commissary to housing, and were just informed that Congresswoman Peltola, her staff is coming in on Tuesday, and we are going to show them all the things about Eielson that are good, but also show them that while we have the ability to do the mission, we still have things we have to get caught up on. I want to make it very clear and very clear to everybody that, I will be transparent. Our narrative is we are working closely with the community in all aspects from housing to school. So I don't want anybody to hear that we're having these discussions with our local state leaders and it is in any way not flattering or to portray a picture that we're not getting help. We haven't asked for the help because we didn't need it. Now we're starting to say we need the help. And again, it's going to probably mean a lot of discussion, a lot of visiting and me providing context. But again, this is the initial stage of we're going to need help and we want to do this together. So in closing, I thank you. I'm sorry, it is now 10:03 and I talked for about 7 minutes, but I definitely want to let you guys know it's coming and I can provide a lot more context. And obviously there's a lot of ways. I was lucky enough to speak to Mrs. Anderson today. So obviously we have a long way to go in resolving this, but thank you for having us. You're stuck with us and I cannot think of a better place to be. So thank you. I didn't think you guys would give me applause for asking for money and help. Take it.
Are there any additional comments from the board? Ms. Matheson?
Thank you. I actually have a list that I've been putting together for the past couple of weeks, but I was so excited to see the wrestlers here tonight. I am a big wrestling fan, so a big congratulations to all of our wrestlers that got to go to state, that didn't get to go to state, that represented Fairbanks so beautifully. And I wanted to give Mrs. King and Mr. Irish a big fat thank you. They have both sacrificed Saturdays just to ensure that our students can complete their schoolwork and graduate on time. North Pole High is presenting Anything Goes this Friday at 7 p.m. and Saturday at 3 p.m. I hope to see you guys there. I'll be there. And a big woot woot to Coach Rogers and Coach Reinheller and the West Valley High School hockey team. The varsity, they get to go to state. I'm over the moon. So yeah, I'm really happy. And another big woot woot to Coach Neild. The girls basketball team at West Valley, they were undefeated at the Denali State Bank Ice Jam tournament, which, holy cow, I'm just super tickled. And lastly, thank you to Amy and April at Central Kitchen. I took a tour last week and it was super insightful, and I suggest that everyone who can go take a tour and see what they're doing and how they're supporting our schools. I'm floored with what they're doing in the capacity that they're doing it and how efficient they are. So a big high five to Nutrition Services. And that's it. Thanks.
Ms. Marati?
I have a couple requests and then just a few closing statements. I would, if it's possible and not too much to ask, and through the chair, if the board agrees, I would like an update on the Eielson, what did we call it last time? It was a growth, the Eielson growth. I'd love an update on this every meeting, just to keep in touch and keep abreast of anything that we need to know about. I'd also request a work session on this to address any capacity issues. I'd love to know what the capacity of all the schools are on Eielson right now. And then, like I said, a work session to address any issues that we need to as a board, especially during budget season. If this means we need to bring back another school or provide adjusted funding than admin currently has proposed, we need to know that before, so we can make correct decisions over the next month that we have. I'd like to thank Ms. Brazier for bringing the West Valley High School choir to perform and make the board cry tears of joy. I had goosebumps. It was amazing. Another congrats again to the wrestlers that competed and were honored here tonight. And lastly, a huge thank you to the educators that showed up tonight and shared their perspective and feedback, passion and heart. We hear you. Please keep coming. Please keep sharing with us. It means the world to me, and we can't make decisions without you. I think someone said recently, no decision for you without you. So please keep coming.
Ms. Olivia?
I'll try to wrap this up. I gotta wake up for school at 6 in the morning. The wrestlers, everyone knows I'm a huge fan. I've been a manager for the last 3 years, and it's so cool to see all of those seniors, how much they've grown. Some of them were so small the first time I met them, and now they're like winning state, and it's so cool. And then Music in Our School Month, I believe, don't quote me on this, is having a concert on the 28th at Lathrop. There's a lot of rehearsal dates in my head, and I'm pretty sure it's the 28th at Lathrop. That's for choir, so they get all the little kids from some of the elementary schools, a bunch of the kids from the middle schools, and all the concert choirs, I believe, from Lathrop, West Valley, North Pole, and I want to say other schools, but I think that's it. And then we all are performing, I think, 3 pieces, and it's really cool, and I'm really excited for it. Like Miss Matheson said, Anything Goes is happening on Friday at 7 p.m. and Saturday at 3 p.m. I'm working backstage for those, so I'll be at both. Whoa! Another, I forgot to mention, the girls wrestling. I'm just so proud of girls wrestling in general because I've experienced seeing all of those girls get the amount of sexism and scrutiny that they go under just for being wrestlers and still sticking with it. And a lot of those kids have been there since middle school, and it's just so cool to see them all and how far that they've come since then. I know a couple meetings ago, Mrs. Smith talked about taking advantage of the opportunities in front of you at school. And I was thinking the other day, I am kind of sad that I didn't get a regular high school experience because of how busy I was with all the stuff that I do. But I'm also thinking, I have gotten so many cool opportunities. I would have never known about doing this position, would have never gotten to do all this sorts of traveling if I hadn't been so busy. And all these things have gotten me so far. And I just think all kids, even if it makes you a little bit busy, you should try it. Because there's still so many things that I wish I would have tried in my 4 years. And it's kind of sad that I didn't. Like auto shop. I wish I would have taken that. The legislative fly-in thing for AASB, they brought in a bunch of kids from around the state. And I really wanted to point out this one kid, Felix Myers. He spoke at the AASB conference in, October? He was so cool. And I saw his testimony for Senate Bill 52, and it was really, really good. I have no idea where you can find it because I watched it on an Instagram reel on some kid's page, but you should really look it up because it is really, really, really good. And then I wanted to say I'm really excited for the legislative priorities video that Mr. Duvall and that team is working on. And that's it. Cool.
Thank you, Ms. Barnett.
Just thank you, admin, and everybody who's stuck it out with us.
Ms. Hardy?
In the interest of keeping it brief, one, Olivia, I am so glad you're on our board. And two, to piggyback off that, the Senate Education Committee is taking testimony tomorrow, February 8th at 3:30. Ms. Galloway has offered to give the phone number if you can't find it, but we've passed a resolution, encourage everyone in this room, everyone in the listening audience, please call in, testify, and make it known that we desperately need to raise the BSA.
Mr. Doran?
Just a couple of very quick things. I am thrilled on the Eielson news. It's mainly opportunities for us. There will be challenges. Thrilled with that. Thank you for sharing it. Thrilled about the superintendent search that we're in the middle of, and that in just 2 weeks, and I'm sure there'll be more information coming, but just asking the public to really watch for that. There'll be community meetings, opportunities for stakeholders in a variety of ways, some open to the general public, some specific to those stakeholders, but having our finalists here in person February 16th, 17th, and 18th. We're thrilled with that and want to say thank you to our Chief School Administrator, Mrs. Mullane, because she stepped in a time when we really needed some bridging, and she has really worked with us and set us at a foundation for this search, and look very positively towards it. And then lastly, on the advocacy piece, I just want to give a shout out to the board and that the public knows a lot of our contacts are one-to-one, and those are important. We have very diverse perspectives, but we have a very common interest, and I have seen this board in the last several months really take that to heart, and I think we are really moving forward on that front.
I just want to add in the 2023 Interior Alaska Spelling Bee. So they're looking for judges, and you could talk to Michelle Damel for. So you can contact Michelle Damel. She'll really appreciate the help. And don't forget, I challenge you to fill out a volunteer form. We have that too. Mrs. Smith.
I know you're avoiding me. First of all, I wanted to tell you about that volunteer form. We don't need to do the volunteer form because we already have fingerprinted background checks. So your little ID badge, you can volunteer wherever you would like to at school. So you don't have to get burdened with your volunteer packet. But I would like to ask our board and the public to keep in mind during our advocacy whose money we are asking for. And Ms. Mullane answered a great question during our work session, which was, why don't we ask for $15 million from the borough? And the answer was spot on, which is because the borough's money is our neighbor's money. And I just want to advocate for public education, but also to remember that it's real money that doesn't grow on trees and somewhat comes out of the ground sometimes, some oil revenues, but that when, just like in our own budget, when other people are demanding of us to do things for their department or for their wages or for whatever, that we have to take that from somewhere else. It's a similar situation with the state and the borough. So we all just want to remember that this is our neighbor's money. So if we're asking them for it, we better live up to what we're asking for. And we have to take that responsibility so deadly serious, because especially when you ask for money from the borough, you're asking to take someone's home from them if they're not able to pay the extra money that we're asking for.
And I don't know about you, but that is the most horrifying thing I can think of doing. So I just hope that no one's going around haphazardly saying, well, yeah, we're asking for some money, but give us more, give us all. Because there are other needs in our community besides education, and we have to consider where that money comes from, which is our neighbors, not from some magical place.
There are no. If there are no additional comments, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
We are now adjourned.